People who have just moved to Tartu are often surprised by how small and charming this town is. But if you stay longer, you discover that this town has endless layers and a compelling history. In Tartu, research is conducted, art is created, unicorns are born, and lifelong connections are formed. Tartu is the world's largest small town. It is my home. And Tartu could also be your home.
From the moment that we met, you were worth the wait. Oh, this could be the best thing that I'll ever know.
Welcome to Smart Riga, where the roots of our history nurture the growth of our future. Our city's policies support fair and sustainable growth, leading to new innovations and smarter living. Let's explore the foundations upon which Smart Riga is built. Smart transportation systems make commuting easier and more efficient, while smart traffic management and real-time updates ensure that residents can navigate the city with ease. Our green buildings, solar energy, efficient public lighting, and active mobility reduce our carbon footprint and create a cleaner, greener Riga. As Riga moves forward to become a climate-neutral city, these elements are the key. Online municipal services, digital tools for city planning, and 5G-enabled solutions empower everyone to contribute to shaping the city's future. Improved public safety and responsive city services, Smart Riga enriches every part of daily life. Riga's thriving tech startups and business initiatives attract investments, create jobs, and drive innovation. Choose Riga as your testbed for innovation, where the city itself becomes your partner in developing and testing impactful solutions in its pilot territories. Just as a tree thrives with deep roots and plentiful fruit, Smart Riga continues to grow and flourish. Riga, the smart choice for your innovations.
Hello, good morning to all of you. Good morning, cycling fans. We are live from Baltic Chain Tour Stage 2 2025. Here we have some pictures from yesterday's finish. that ended in Valga, where Estonian national team got a double win there. Markus Bayer in front of right arm, and Markus Bayer from the Estonian national team is also the new leader of the Baltic Chain Tour in front of his teammate right arm. So it was a pretty...
Congratulations on
now we can hear
win, Markus.
Markus.
Was it a plan to play the finish on you, or it just happened?
Thank you. The plan was to play it on right, but things went a bit differently, but at the end it all worked out for us.
And how would you describe stage 1B? Was it predictable that peloton would split after Sigulda and your punch will come to end?
We were thinking it's a possibility that it will split in Sigulda, but yeah, it was a really big group, and we knew that at one point we will be in trouble because we have 5 people from our team and others are probably not happy. So we had to sacrifice a lot.
Can you guess and predict what will happen tomorrow? Other teams will be making hard for you today.
Yeah, probably. But seeing from today, we have a really strong team, and I think we can control the GC.
Thank you, and rest well, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thanks.
So we heard from yesterday's winner, from Stage 1B winner Markus Bayer. He told that, actually the plan was to play for right arm. He's team leader, but for Markus was just so quick in the finish that his team leader couldn't come past him, and he got his first win in the Baltic Chain Tour, and now goes into the leader's jersey, and definitely Estonian national team will have all of its hands and legs in full swing to try to control it. And today I'm not alone in this commentating. I have a good friend and a very well-known cycling enthusiast and a man who has raced bikes all his life. Hanno Kross, good morning to you.
Good morning, good morning. Thank you for the invitation, and sorry, my English is definitely not so good as you, so I think today's official language is bad English.
That's okay, that's okay. We're in the Baltics, but I think it's... have you raced the Baltic Chain Tour in your career?
No, I think it started after I had already officially finished my racing career, which I thought I won't start ever again, but now for the last few years it's still quite interesting, even if you're bad.
But you're a young man, you still have a chance to come here with the national team maybe next year. But here we have pictures from the start. They are starting in the southern part of Estonia near Tartu, the second biggest city there, and they're racing in a little bit south from Tartu, and they will finish and come back in the suburbs of Tartu. They will have, like yesterday, a little ceremonial start, not a very long one. It's 2.8 kilometers is the ceremonial start, and then the actual technical start will happen. Why do races have these ceremonial starts, Hanno? If they're in this picture, as you can see, we're in the Agriculture Museum. Usually the ceremonial starts are for the reasons if it's in a city center and it's very technical to get out of the city, but maybe they should just give the technical start from here.
Good idea, but maybe they expected thousands of people so they can celebrate the start of the Baltic Chain Tour. If not this year, maybe when we celebrate the 100 years of Baltic chain, it will be. But it's one of the facts. If you only look at the professional cycling, then sometimes the technical starts are 10, 12, 15 kilometers long. So actually, when the race is 210 kilometers, it might be that with the hotel you need to ride 240 kilometers.
Yesterday, actually, it was also a very long one. It was approximately 15 kilometers, the ceremonial start, but they went out of Riga. They started pretty much in the center there in Pikernik track, and then they went out of Riga, and that was a long one, especially that they had 2 stages yesterday. Stage 1A with the team time trial in the morning, that was won by the national team of Estonia, and then Stage 1B, which was also won by a national team Estonian rider, Markus Pajur, in the afternoon. But here you can see the riders have started their ceremonial start. Here in the back we see it should be Josef Reguigi, number 31. He is now the lone man from his team. They started with 5 men, but 4 of them abandoned yesterday. So Reguigi was 5th yesterday. So I don't know what should be his tactics if you're now alone against everybody else.
Attack from the start, I think. It's one of options.
You have that mentality that it's always better to attack than wait. Yes, let's see if Reguigi does that. But it's the bunch is even smaller than yesterday because we started the tour with 77 riders, but we had a bunch of abandons yesterday, and there should be still 68 riders in the race. So yeah, the bunch is even a little bit smaller now. But yeah, here you can see riders are going. This is the suburb of Tartu, the second biggest city of Estonia, called Ülenurme, and here we have some nice tracks on the right. People are doing their morning exercises, and the riders are guided out on the bigger roads so that they can start the actual race today.
So the technical start today was how long?
2.8 kilometers. So quite a small one. You can see in 2 kilometers the neutral start or neutral section will end.
It's good for the commentators. I always feel bad when in a Grand Tours they start showing before the start, then they have a 10 kilometers technical or the start, and there's nothing to talk for the commentators. Yes. I always feel for them.
That's very true, and I think especially like Baltic Chain Tour, I think from the live coverage field, you don't have a lot of rides where you have live coverage from the start to the finish, from flag to flag. Even in the Grand Tours, very seldomly you see that. But in this race, you can follow the whole race from the start, from the neutral section to the finish with us for this weekend. So we also have one stage tomorrow, stage 3. But yeah, so it's for cycling enthusiasts a very good weekend, because actually today there is a start of a Grand Tour. Vuelta a España will start, but it's good that our finish, the Baltic Chain Tour finish, is approximately, I think, 2 hours something before the Vuelta finish, so you can watch both of them, no problems.
So what do you think about the tactics today? As I understand, the Estonian national team are the favorites. If you look at the first 2 stages, I'm sure the other teams won't accept that.
Yeah, I think it's the Estonian national team to control. Here they are 1-2 in the general classification. Markus Pajur is in front of right arm with 2 seconds, and then there are 2 riders from the Swedish Lucky cycling team, Axel Galberg and Max Nielsen. I think Estonian national team should again they should try to get a rider in the breakaway, and then to avoid that they have to control the race for 170 kilometers. But I think the tactics is that the Lucky cycling team, the Danish giant team, they will start attacking from the start, and also Quick Pro cycling team. They had some very bad luck yesterday, where Baltic had a puncture 20 kilometers from the finish in the breakaway, and he fell back to the peloton. But now we already have the technical start, and the first attack has come.
I'm sure the Quick Pro team, if they finish the Baltic Chain Tour without the win, it's not why they came from to here. So
yeah, definitely. This is Josef Dirnbauer, right from the start attacking. He was definitely the most active rider yesterday, and he's holding the most active rider jersey, also the green jersey. So that represents the rider who has the most points from the intermediate sprints.
So we have the intermediate sprint approximately 20 kilometers from the start. How many seconds?
3-2-1.
3-2-1.
Yes. So it's possible if Right Arm would win the intermediate sprint, then he would jump up in front of his teammate Markus Bayer in the general classification. But for the others, it doesn't really. You can only with the intermediates, it's not possible for like Axel Galberg from the Lucky cycling team to jump in front of Bayer. But of course, if they win the stage, then that's possible. But here we see now another attack, and as we told, it's Quick Pro team attacking. It looks to be Markus Mäuber from Estonian national team and UN Cycling, the Finnish amateur team. They are trying to counter this move.
But if we look at the 4th, 5th place, Norman Vahtra and Lauri Tamm, Norman is also quite quick. So if they take the intermediate sprint, then they're boom into third place for overall. So
that's true. And as we saw yesterday, national team Estonia has so many cards to play. Actually, they raced a very smart race, and they didn't. They used 3 of their riders to control, but all of those 3 riders are still very high up in the general classification. So they can still be used as satellite riders or attacking riders in the front to make other teams chase them down. Here we have the big powerhouse from the Lithuanian team, Rokas Adomaitis, in second wheel at the moment.
Looks like a 2-meter guy.
He pretty much is. It's very hard for him to be aerodynamic on the bike. You can see his gear levers are very much tilted. I think there was a UCI rule that said that the levers can't be. I don't remember the exact angle, but there was some angle where you can't go forward with the lever. So, but I think for Adomaitis, he's definitely playing in the gray zone there. But yeah, 175 kilometers race today. So it's today we have 3 intermediate sprints. 2 in Andre Farm, 1 in front of a nice church, and they will go through Kanepi, and there is this very famous. All of the Estonian cyclists know this. It's called the road, the post road, and this is a very good place to attack. It's rolling hills. But rolling hills up and down, no meter that is flat, so ideal to start attacking, and they should go the first time they get to Post Road is it's in the second part of the stage. It's when we have ridden 100 k's when it's approximately 50 kilometers from the finish. Then they will go on the Post Road, and there's hills up and down there, so ideal place to attack.
The Post Road is very beautiful road. Okay, for the race, if you have a gap of 10-15 seconds, you don't see already your competitors, but also if you just happen to be in Estonia with your bicycle and riding south of Estonia from Tartu, just take the Post Road, and it's, I think, around maybe 70-80 kilometers to Võru, using the Post Road. So beautiful place. Nice to have a race going through that. And also the Andre farm, I don't know, it's 3 seconds for the first one, but Andre farm is very, very known for its cheese. So I hope that there will be also a special prize for the winner to get Andre farm's goat cheese today.
I don't know. Yesterday it was that the Smiltene town gave some kind of a special present for the winner of the Smiltene intermediate sprint, but I don't know what that is. But hopefully today, yes, Andre Farm is one of the most, probably the biggest Estonian cheesemaker, and the only first internationally awarded cheesemaker in Estonia. But quite a new company, quite a new business. They started there in 2015. And they do these Dutch-style cheeses that they are exporting. So not all of the cheeses come from the center part of Europe. Some come from the Baltics also. So it's a nice thing, and everything is grown here and used Estonian goods to make good cheese.
And again, when you are here in Estonia with your bicycle and with your family, and maybe one of you in the family rides bike, then the family can go to the Andre farm, and it's open to visitors. You can meet the cows, taste the cheese, which they are making on site, and enjoy the genuine farm experience.
But these riders, unfortunately, today probably can't can't enjoy the cheese there. They have to ride their bike, and cheese probably is not a very good thing to eat while you're riding a bike. There are better things probably.
There's always someone at home.
Yes, that's true. That's
waiting
true.
when the daddy is coming from the work.
Yeah. But here we see a lot of attacks coming, left, right, and center. Nobody has kind of a proper gap yet, but it has started like it started yesterday. That attack, and at some point the elastic snapped. It snapped very late yesterday. Here we see right arm in the red jersey, second in GC, controlling it for national team Estonia, and on the right is Kert Kivistik, the Estonian amateur rider from peloton team.
And for the amateurs also, this race can be actually a door-opening thing. It not might be the Italian Championship where an amateur won, and I think this week or last week made a contract with Jaco Ailula.
Mm-hmm.
But if you win here in a Baltic Chain Tour, this can open a lot of opportunities for you, and vice versa. If you don't win or perform here, this is also a statement, I think.
Yes, and if we talk about the history of Baltic Chain Tour, then this definitely can can open some doors for you. And this at that moment, not super well known, but still also known rider in 2014 won this race called Matthew Vanderpoel. I don't know if you know this name, but he was in the Baltic Chain Tour in 2014, and he won it in front of Clemens Fankhauser and Mihailo Kononenko. So there have been very very esteemed riders riding the Baltic Chain Tour in the last 10 years, and a lot of young guys who have had one of their first tour experiences in the Baltic Chain Tour. They have gotten a new speed from the Baltic Chain Tour, and then gotten nice pro contracts.
I'm sure the Austrian and Ukrainian rider who were second and third in 2014 have the general classification protocol framed.
Probably, yes, definitely.
But Matthew Van Der Poel, actually, I think it was the Viljandi stage which he won, and even 10 years after it, he still remembers very well Estonia, and because it was, I think, his first big win in a UCI international races. He's still young guy. Maybe not his first, but I know that Matthew knows Estonia very well, and he has a very positive memories.
Well, then we just have to hope that maybe the Baltic Chain Tour can grow again and become a higher level race, that maybe Matthew with his friends would like to come back and do a nice tour in the Baltics.
When I'm looking now how the race have started, I was racing mainly in 90s, and then you 10-15 years later, the dynamics of the races, whatever level, have changed tremendously. I don't remember that we had a race where from the start, if it was 180 kilometers, it was attack to get to the break. It was always first hour people were just warming up themselves, and then maybe some lunatic wanted to go alone, and we knew that he will be caught. But now, whatever race you look, it's always basically from the start somebody wants to go, and then in many cases they stay in front.
So you think the racing has like really gone more aggressive in every year that it's gone past?
Definitely. Maybe it's because of the equipment. Maybe it's because of the level is definitely become more equal, I would say. And if you were very good in 80s or 90s, you could control the race. It's very difficult nowadays, because there are a lot of guys who can win in every level. Okay, if we take off the Pogačar and then Vingegaard, but even when they race, when you look at the who's going to be second, third, and fourth, it's very interesting. So
that's true. But here you can see there was the graphic also showed that it's 10 kilometers until the intermediate sprint, and I think the Estonian national team would like to have some guys who are not high up in the general classification to go form a breakaway before the intermediate sprint, so that they can take away the bonus seconds, because they don't want to have a big fight against the lucky cycling team in the intermediate sprint. It would be better, I think, for Estonian national team if they could gift it to some riders who are not well placed in the general classification.
But they seem to be more neutralizing the attacks at the moment rather than attacking themselves. But
here now, a 3-man breakaway, and these attacks, which are actually not the attacks, these are the most promising. That you just come from the back with speed and you go through and nobody follows you. Then you have a big chance of going away, because when you start going full gas, like out of the saddle, sprinting full, then everybody knows, oh, this might be this is something serious. We should neutralize this. But if just guys slowly but surely are drifting away, then it's usually the most promising one. But it's so hard to find these attacks as a rider. But yeah, it's the lucky cycling team, the Swedish continental team on the front here with a rider, and the Austrian with Josef Dirnbauer is on the right there. And yeah, on the left you can see in the red jersey, it's the yesterday's leader, right arm. So if you're trying to find right arm in the group, you don't try to find the national team of Estonia jersey, but find the most competitive rider, and that is being worn by right arm. It's actually he's wearing that on behalf of his teammate Markus Bayer, and this most competitive rider represents a rider who has the most points from the finish and intermediate sprints. And then the best young rider is a rider from Lucky Cycling Team, the young Finnish guy Axel Galberg. So he's riding a white jersey. I haven't seen him just yet, but definitely he is somewhere in the bunch. So if Axel Galberg fans, then you have to find him in the white jersey in the peloton. And of course then the yellow jersey is worn by Markus Bayer from the Estonian national team. You can see him on the right together with his teammates, but he has a Estonian national team gilet on, so it's hard to maybe find his yellow jersey at the moment. But the weather is a little bit worse than it was yesterday. Yesterday we only had some small rain before the start, but here we can see that it's still at some points a little bit more drizzling. The lens of the camera is wet and so on, and still a lot of riders are having a gilet or a raincoat on their body, so that shows that it's maybe not the most warmest day out there. And this number 21 is Axel Galberg, the young rider, best young rider, third in the general classification. A man to definitely look out today. Lucky Pro Cycling, they have to go out and try to attack the national team of Estonia.
I was hoping to see in the start list Johan Nordlund.
He is here.
Is he?
Yes, yeah, of course.
I was searching for the Finnish national champion jersey.
But I don't understand. He is not wearing this jersey.
It's incredible, because this is to become national champion at the age of 45. Yeah, is incredible in every terms. And Finland, I mean, they're not Belgians or Holland or Italians, but they are very good cyclists, and to win there, Johan Nordlund is an exceptional rider. And I remember last year at the start of one race, I asked, "What's your background?" And he said, "Nothing." So basically, he has done cycling around 12, 13 years. And before that he didn't even do any sports, so it's incredible what power he can ride at the age of 45, and to win the national championship, he, as I understand, he just went alone and won it. it's incredible story. I hope his jersey, which he doesn't wear today, is on the wall and will be seen by his grandkids someday.
Yeah, his yesterday when the race split up after the Sigulda mountain, and then in the second group, his team Peloton started working to bring the breakaway back. Nordlund was the biggest engine there. He did so much work, so much work. But they almost brought it back. They the difference between the breakaway and the peloton in the end was only 33 seconds. So he and his team did a very good race yesterday, and it's remarkable. A 45-year-old guy riding on this level with no previous experience, pretty much, and just trains a lot, trains smart, and has a big engine.
I follow him on Strava as well. He's riding in basically a place in Finland where there's not very many asphalt roads, so basically he has one lap around 30 kilometers or 50 kilometers what he can do. So incredible dedication, and all the best for Johan. I'm sure we're gonna see him today in action at some stage.
Yeah, definitely, Nordlund. If you can get into the breakaway with him, then you're you're a lucky guy. But here we can see we have already ridden more than 15 kilometers, so it means the intermediate sprint will be in 4 kilometers. It will come 156 kilometers to go, so 4 kilometers until 4.4. You can see the graphic in the left-hand corner. Then you have the intermediate sprint, and this is definitely going to be a big drag up now into the intermediate sprint. We should see Estonian national team riders coming to the fore, and also lucky cycling riders. Is there some crosswind here?
Should
because
be. The peloton is is not backed anymore, and I'm sure it's a little bit going up, and some crosswinds, and the pace is quite high.
Pace is very high. This is really ramping up to be a nice intermediate sprint, like you have in the Tour, where they changed their regulation some year ago, that there is one big intermediate sprint in every race, and then in every stage, sorry, and then you have a big fight like you would have to the finish with sprinter teams coming to the fore and doing full lead outs to get the points from the intermediate sprint. This also means you can get points, but you can get also seconds, and seconds means a better place in the general classification. So it's going to be an interesting one.
I remember we talked about Andre Farm intermediate sprint and possible. I hope they will get the cheese also. But I remember we had in Estonia a race where there was an intermediate sprint, and there was a liquor to be won, and I won this when I was 14, and and at that time it was totally okay to give a 14-year-old the bottle of Kiu Torn, which was
very good. I remember a race just a few weeks ago, or a month ago, in Tallinn, where your son was on the podium, and he should have also gotten a fizzy drink from the organizers, but it was given to your wife at that point, because it would have caused a scandal if the organizer would give a fizzy drink with alcohol in it to a underage boy.
Nowadays they already, I think, are well prepared, and then you have to race. Oh, Johan Nordlund, yes, is already in action. When it's getting tougher, Johan is in action.
Yes.
He's not the type of rider who's sitting back and waiting his time. He's creating his chances always.
but this is very interesting. Only 2 kilometers to go until the Andre Farm intermediate sprint, and there is a small group of the peloton. So looks to see, will the Estonian national team?
Now someone attacks, definitely.
Yes, there is the Finnish amateur team there. But will the Estonian national team try to go for the intermediate sprint? Yes, they will. It's Karl Kuritz bringing up Markus Pajor. So Karl Kuritz is the rider the only Estonian national team rider who wasn't in the breakaway yesterday. So he had an easy day yesterday compared to his teammates. And now he's doing a lead out for his team leader Markus Pajor. They're in position 1 and 2 on the left hand side.
Karl is quite good in sprint, like his dad Marko was at the end of 90s. So I'd say he's a good guy to lead Markus there.
Yes, Karl is definitely one of the biggest up and coming stars of Estonian cycling and maybe even Baltic cycling. He has a sprint finish that is a very good one, and now we see some attacks coming from the right.
Estonian is...
Yes, it was Energus cycling, I think.
control.
So it should be now less than 2 kilometers until the intermediate sprint. Or even it should be less than 1 kilometer actually, according to the ticker. We should see the Andre Farm at some point. Yes, now we have the camera from the intermediate sprint. It's 500 meters until the sprint. It's Norma Batra on the front doing a lead out for Markus Pajor.
So what do you think after the intermediate sprint? People are waiting to attack?
Yes, I think they will, definitely. Now I think it looks to be that the Estonian national team will easily win this, but after that somebody will hit the gas. Yes, it's Karl Kuritz leading out Markus Pajor. Markus Pajor coming here and trying to get the win from the intermediate sprint, but yes, I think he got it in front of...
So he's extending his lead in the tour at the moment, and we should see now some attacks, because I'm sure Markus put everything here in the intermediate sprint, so that's the time to attack for the third place and then the others.
I think the second place was somebody from the Danish giant team. I didn't see the number or his face there, who it was, but now, yes, the Danish team are now going to attack, and this is the perfect moment to attack after the intermediate sprint.
Now, just full gas, 10-15 minutes, and let's see what happens.
Yes, Josef Dirnbauer, the green jersey, is here also, but he doesn't want to cooperate with the 2 Danish riders, and it's Oskar Nisu. Yesterday's third place is bringing a small group back to these riders. It looks to be this was neutralized. But still, there are at the moment there are some sore legs. So if you want to surprise everybody, then this is the place. Yeah, and another attack coming. Here we can see replay of the intermediate sprint, probably. No. This is Team Lithuania putting on the pace. It says Sigmantas. Sigmantas, who was yesterday in the front group also. It looks to be a little bit of a hiatus in the group now. Everybody was very much looking forward for that intermediate sprint, and now nobody knows what to do. This is the replay from the intermediate sprint.
Quick Pro missed the intermediate sprint totally.
But Marcus won pretty confidently, almost with a bike length in front of the Danish rider. Here are the Danes. Nordlund, right arm, the Tartu-Antsla-Tartu team. They are controlling very well the first part of today's stage. They are in all of the moves in the front, not contributing, not attacking themselves, but just neutralizing.
There's already someone behind behind one of the cars. So whether the pace is too high or he has some technical problems there. Finnish national champion Johan Nordlund.
It's really weird. Why doesn't he wear the jersey if he won the championship?
We should ask after the race what's the story. He won the elite race definitely. So I remember in a few years ago the national jersey in Estonian women's race were given to a person who actually got the 5th place or 7th. Yes. And I've never understood this. If it's a race, whatever category you are racing, if you're coming first of the line, you are the best on that day. Maybe it's something connected with that one.
We have to find out after the race, but here we see Baltic from Quick Pro team now going on an adventure off the front. He did a proper race yesterday. He was one of the initiators of the big breakaway, but unfortunately for him, very bad luck, and he had a puncture 20 kilometers from the finish, and he dropped back from the breakaway into the peloton. So that yesterday was a day to forget for Baltic, but here he tries to do amends, but a huge pull on the front here.
And a nice crosswind. I think the road is getting quite narrow for people who want to stay there.
Yeah, you can see in the back also riders. Norman Water is trying to close gaps there, but this is nice crosswinds really. But it would need some other guys, 2-3 guys to go full gas, and then they could do some splits here. But you could see Baltic did a big pull, but nobody wanted to follow, and it's again all together. It was a nice move from him. He showed that he is in very good form with his traditional style of going with a very big gear, just grinding it, grinding a big gear with a fast pace. Yeah, this is the back of the peloton, as we told from the start, from the team Madar Pro Cycling Team. Only Josef Requici is riding, and I haven't seen in any other position than at the back of the peloton for Requici. So he's enjoying his time at the back.
Enjoying, hopefully.
Yeah. So we have Jakob Falk Barup was second in the intermediate sprint. Mats Schulz Jorgensen was third. Markus Bayer first. So it means, yeah, but in the general classification it doesn't change anything at the moment. Markus Bayer just extended his lead in front of right arm. Now he's the virtual leader with 5 seconds in front of everybody. And Mats Schulz Jorgensen got 2 seconds, and Jakob Falk Barup got 1 second. So they're still 7th and 8th, but they're a little bit closer to the podium places. So Jorgensen. Mats Schultz is now only 4 seconds from the podium. So a good intermediate sprint from the Danish team. Danish team called Team Co Play Giant Store. They have ridden a very good one. Markus Bayer there thanks Norman Vatra, I think, for the big work that he did in the crosswind section to help Bayer a little bit. And his right arm going off now. Interesting to see that Team Estonia are using right arm as an attacking rider. They're initiating the attacks themselves.
We haven't seen Quick Pro team very much in this race, but we've been racing 40 minutes. And I don't know the average speed, but it looks like they have been. It's been fast so far. So when 1 hour will pass, I'm sure there will be some people who are feeling already the attacks in their legs, and some form of group starting to get a chance to be in front.
Yeah, yesterday it was 44.6 the average speed, so quite a fast one yesterday. I think it will definitely be something similar today. Good big roads, but of course we thought there were some rolling hills starting quite soon, but still for these guys, they will go with a very fast pace over that. Here, very nice. Like, this is nice protocol inside the peloton, that if there's something on the road, you always show that to make it to just signal the riders behind you that there is something on the road. Is it road furniture, or is it a car, or so on? But we soon should have an interview with Oscar Nisu, the yesterday's third, in yesterday's stage, the third best rider, and Quick Pro team leader, I would say, because he's very well placed in the general classification.
Hello, Oscar. You are back racing peak here in the Baltic Chain Tour, returning from injury. You delivered a strong fight against the Estonian national team and finished third on stage 1B. Was that a surprise to you as well?
First of all, hello. Yes, it was a little bit surprise because, like you said, I'm coming back from injury and there was like 5 weeks time where I wasn't able to train properly. So the form is not so good yet. But yesterday, unfortunately, we had only me and Karl in the front, and the Estonian national team had 5 guys. So we didn't work because for us it wasn't really good situation, and. And then Karl Patrick got puncture, so I had to try something to do myself at the end, and because I was also sitting behind the half of the race, then I had some energy left in the end to try to attack, and because I know that the final is technical, then I went early and managed to be third. So it's for sure we want to win with the team, but yesterday I think it was, for me at least, was the maximum.
Yesterday efforts were hard. Are you focusing on improving your position in the GC, or are you and your team now aiming more for stage wins?
We have to see like how the day and how tomorrow is going. I think we're not gonna go right now to protect something like my own ambitions on GC or something, because I think there is still everything is possible, and I think we are focusing more trying to get stage, and then see where we end up in the GC. We want to win, so let's try to do that first.
Thank you and best of luck.
That was yesterday's third place rider Oscar Nisu. He is ninth in the general classification, an Estonian rider riding the Quick Pro team. Talked a little bit about the tactics and still thinks that everything is up for grabs, that anything can still happen in this tour, that the general classification isn't decided just yet. So they really want to win as a team. It doesn't. They will not go and try to protect Oscar's position in the GC, but more just collectively try to be an attackive team in the race. And I think it's a smart move from them. They have good riders, and they should attack. And just when I say that, a Quick Pro rider goes off the front and attacks.
I think the tour should suit Oscar quite well. Was it a few weeks ago? We raced together. My son also, who's 15-year-old, but I think he was first time with Oscar Nisu, and he said, "Oh, he has a very, very big legs." So he's a true sprinter. But I think he can also attack and ride quite good. It's not only for finish.
Yeah, Oscar is a rider with a lot of experience in his career. He's 31 years old. He has been in different teams since 2015. Started as an amateur in the French amateur circuit, and then did some years in a continental club, Evo Pro Racing, and now the last 2 years in Quick Pro team. He has had his ups and downs in his career, but still racing and still being in good form, and definitely in the Baltic states. He is always doesn't depend upon a race. He's always there or thereabouts. So a rider who has a lot of kilometers in his legs, but also a smart rider that knows all of the roads here, knows all of the competitors, so you can never underestimate Oscar in a race. Here we see the riders go off to a little bit of a quieter road, a smaller road, and they will now go over the Ahja River Bridge, and there's the railway crossing, and then they will follow on this smaller road, and here you can see this little bit of up and down roads will start, and this really suits attacking mentality. Because you can lose a rider or a group so fast. When you attack here, there's left, right all the time. So if you get even 10-15 seconds, you can lose eye contact in the race, and that's like from a mental point of view, it's very, very hard for then the chasers to chase if you don't see what you're chasing.
Now, for the first time, we see last 10 minutes, Quick Pro really wants to do something. It's a little bit surprising that we don't see any other teams. We understand the Estonian national teams, for them it would be super if the tour would end exactly like this. But all the other teams, this is the day when they have a chance to do something and change. To leave it for the last stage would be too risky. So I don't know, they probably don't have things in their ears where the director sportifs are telling what to do, but we should see in next hour a lot of activity from riders if they want to achieve something here in this tour.
Yes, I'm also thinking that status quo is only good for the national team Estonia, so there should be more attacks coming off the front.
Markus now is
in
behind of the motorcycle basically.
This was a case yesterday also that the motos, the TV motos, they in many places they were a little bit too close to the peloton, and there were some angry riders from the peloton that didn't like it. The Lithuanian rider looked back and saw the yellow jersey behind him.
Not a smart move.
Not very good. You want everybody else, you want anybody else than the yellow jersey with you in the breakaway group, because for a yellow jersey to go off the front, well, everybody will chase him down. That's for sure. But now a good move is being initiated by the Finnish amateur team, UN Cycling. It's Veland Cycling have a man in here. It's Baltic is here, a Latvian team rider, and also Josef Dirnbauer, a rider who is in such good shape. This the Latvian, it's Kristianis Belavosic. He was yesterday also in the front group, and he's 16th in the general classification, but yesterday he ended up in 4th place, so just off the podium in yesterday's finish. So Kristianis Belavosic, he has a very good form.
I don't know how common Belavosic's name is in Latvia, but probably there is some relation with Travis Belavosic's.
It's his father.
That's what I was thinking, that young Christian looked how his father went to training every day, and he wanted to replicate that, so yes. He's doing so far quite well.
Yeah, there are quite a lot of riders who come from a cycling family here in the race, but that's normal. And a sport is which it's of course more probable for a cyclist to have children who will do cycling than some other sport. So it's nice to see that it goes.
And usually when you do it yourself, you don't want your kids to do it because it's so damn hard. But it's nice if they do. And
but I think Christian's father is I think more happy now that his son is doing this hard but beautiful sport.
100%. And those young guys, my son is 15, he's very into cycling, and he teaches me how nowadays cycling is done, and also nutrition sometimes, and also especially about the this drag reduction and these things. So they are following everyone in social media, and so if I read one article, they might see 100 TikTok videos at the same time. So
But what do you like nutrition-wise? How much has it changed? And like you raced in the end of '90s and so on. What would you eat in a race like this? Three stage tour, 180k. What would be on the menu there?
I remember I did bread.
Yes,
didn't put very much cheese there. We had bananas.
Very good.
Of course, there was some special drinks, etc., and then some power, some bars. But I think it was the early 2000s where caffeine was it was illegal before to do it in a. If I would say that if you had 7 espressos in the morning, you would get caught. So and then when the caffeine got legal, we saw straight there was so many products with caffeine, and I think what has really changed, and this has happened maybe in last 10 years or even maybe seven, where new research have shown that actually the body reacts a little bit differently what was previously taught. So previously it was like 4 grams per kilogram the carbohydrates what you could take in. The theory was that if you do more, it doesn't affect you anyway because the body cannot take it more. But now they understand that actually these studies were made in a normal circumstances with normal people, not athletes first, and second, the fructose and glucose is actually going into a body from different ways. So actually you can double these, and if you add up that you're athlete, people are eating 3 times more than they did even 10-15 years ago. And I think, of course, the equipment is big, but if you see nowadays the Paris-Roubaix or the average speeds, it is just because people don't get tired anymore, in that sense that they still have the power in their body 6th or 7th hour when they race. So it's incredible, and you have to train to eat like this, because if you want to have more than 100 grams per hour carbohydrates, your body doesn't take it if you don't train it. So I remember this was just a few years ago, the same Mathieu van der Poel who won the Baltic Chain Tour in 2014. There was a picture, and he rode with a bag in front of his bike, and this is like a normal bike racer doesn't put it there. It's like you're going on a hike, and if your legs are not shaved, and this is for these kind of people. But now when Mathieu van der Poel had it, because he was training and needed a lot of food, now everyone, when we go to Spain, they have these young guys have these bags in front of them. So interesting times, and we always think wherever we are, at what time that we cannot. That's the limit where we go next. But we've seen last years that basically every year or every 2-3 years there's something getting more and more, and the speeds are going up, and the level is more equal than ever. So for a spectator point of view, it's interesting. I mean, if you again skip Pogačar, for example, it's very interesting times in the cycling world, I think.
But of course, some people argue that it's not interesting, but because everything is planned, so there are a lot less like blow-ups in races. So it means that every rider knows exactly their numbers. They ride with their numbers, and they don't do. How do you say polite? They don't do silly attacks anymore that aren't mathematically have a high percentage of winning. That everybody is racing a little bit more conservative, or not conservative, but more realistically. What would you say to those people who argue that at some point the races were more open because nobody knew what they were capable of?
Yes, they were in a sense, but in a world where everything is planned, there are still a lot of things which happen. I follow cycling a lot. I don't watch it live so much, but after work I check what races have been, and it was last week where I think it was Tour of Norway and Tour of Denmark, more or less the same time, and I don't remember now on which race it was, but there was an Ineos rider who basically 1 kilometer before it was known that he will win, and he just got caught and lost 20 seconds on the last 500 meters or something. So this is one example how everything is planned, and you know your numbers, but actually you don't know because somebody else is.
So yeah, that's a good topic. We will follow that topic soon, but before that we will do a short commercial break. The there's a lot of attacks, but nothing holds here. So we will soon be back, and then we will see how
People
the
who
race
have
goes.
just moved to Tartu are often surprised by how small and charming this town is. But if you stay longer, you discover that this town has endless layers and a compelling history. In Tartu, research is conducted, art is created, unicorns are born, and lifelong connections are formed. Tartu is the world's largest small town. It is my home. And Tartu could also be your home.
From the moment that we met, you were worth the wait. Oh, this could be the best thing that I'll ever know.
Welcome to Smart Riga, where the roots of our history nurture the growth of our future. Our city's policies support fair and sustainable growth, leading to new innovations and smarter living. Let's explore the foundations upon which Smart Riga is built. Smart transportation systems make commuting easier and more efficient, while smart traffic management and real-time updates ensure that residents can navigate the city with ease. Our green buildings, solar energy, efficient public lighting, and active mobility reduce our carbon footprint and create a cleaner, greener Riga. As Riga moves forward to become a climate-neutral city, these elements are the key. Online municipal services, digital tools for city planning, and 5G-enabled solutions empower everyone to contribute to shaping the city's future. Improved public safety and responsive city services, Smart Riga enriches every part of daily life. Riga's thriving tech startups and business initiatives attract investments, create jobs, and drive innovation. Choose Riga as your testbed for innovation, where the city itself becomes your partner in developing and testing impactful solutions in its pilot territories. Just as a tree thrives with deep roots and plentiful fruit, Smart Riga continues to grow and flourish. Riga, the smart choice for your innovations.
Welcome back. Do you follow the Stage 2 of Baltic Chain Tour 2025? It looks to be that the situation on the road is pretty much similar as before the commercial break. A lot of attacks, but no attack goes more than 5 seconds off. Gets more than 5 second advantage and then is being brought back by the peloton. So it's how does it say? There's a famous movie also that on the Western Front there is no movement. And it looks to be that there is still no movement. A lot of fighting, a lot of attacking, but the elastic hasn't snapped just yet.
So you probably know in a quick pro team, Martin Laas and Mikkel Raim, why they are substitute riders, why not racing for the win?
Yeah, they. We talked also with some riders that Mikkel, we actually saw him at the start of today's stage because he lives in Tartu, so he was there with the boys and giving some tips on how to race, or they talked together at the race tactics. But Martin and Mikkel, because they've had a pretty big second part of the season, so they thought that maybe they would give in their home race, that they would give more advantage to the younger riders, and also Oscar Nisu, who just came back from a an illness, a long illness. So they just for the morale of the team, I think they wanted other younger riders to have the chance to ride the Baltic Chain Tour, and then they would have one sole leader for the team, Car Baltic Lauk, and yes, Martin and Mikkel are sidelined. I think for Martin, he doesn't. I think he's better in bigger races where there's more control and there would be a very probable sprint finish. But I think for Mikkel, this race would have suited very well. This attacking style, going off the front, being in the right move and so on. For that, Mikkel Raim is one of the best guys in Estonia, definitely, for this. So it's a pity that he's not in a race, but I can understand him that they have a bunch of young guys, and you need to give them a chance to go race in their home race.
So now something is a little bit happening. 1 hour race already in the legs.
Yeah, and after an hour, usually it is that the actual race starts, and it's easier to make splits. It's easier to go off the front because there are some tired legs. So everybody looking behind and just being afraid that when does the next attack come. But if we might jump back to the nutrition part and ask you the question, like some kind of a replay from a previous. He wanted to Svel and cycling team rider wanted to get a beat on. 2 failed attempts. How hard is it to get the beat on? It's quite hard, but it needs actually.
I think both sides. It's a cooperation.
Yes.
So it's the mistake sometimes is done. That's someone's wife. You are there anyway. Give the bottles, and if she or he hasn't done it before, it's you might have these kind of things what you saw at the moment. But it's a cooperation.
Yeah, and some years ago it was still it was allowed that the person who gives the bottle that he or she can run with them, but then it was disallowed because it made so many crashes. Because then the person with a bunch of bottles in a bag or in his hands is running and then trying to give bottles to the riders, and then they might fall, the bottles might fall, the riders might fall. So I think that was a very smart move from the UCI, and UCI doesn't do a lot of smart moves, but that was one of the smartest in the last years.
As I understand, you're referring to handlebar decision.
Mostly handlebar. I think they are. I'm even against the super duck. I don't understand why they didn't allow that, and of course the handlebar, the sock height, and also the, as we talked about, the angle of the brake lever. If it makes a rider more comfortable to ride like that, what's the point of that? Why are we going against innovation? Or here you can see a nice that is allowed if it was called the puppy hands, with what this one Danish rider is doing on the left hand side, but it's not anymore allowed that you rest your hands on the handlebar, but with your fingers you don't hold anywhere. That's not allowed, but it's allowed if you rest your hands there, and even with your smallest fingers you hold on to the handlebar. So
it's a difficult topic. As much as I followed it, I haven't seen very positive reactions, but to be honest, there might be something which we don't know. And if the decision is being made, there must be something behind there. There must be some data or researches. It's not just that people are coming together and what we're gonna change? Oh, let's change this. So it doesn't happen like this. I'm sure, but
I really hope.
but with the handlebar situation, even if it's whether it's bad or good thing, I don't know. But it puts people. They're not equal, because when we talk about 157 centimeter female rider, why she should ride like a mountain bike basically, and the same Swedish guy who we saw here as a huge advantage because of the minimum width of the handlebar. So it might be that they will change it. It might be that it will become like in a individual time trial, that it will be personalized depending on a height. What they want to create ultimately is a safer place for cycling, but also I don't know if there are statistics. Are there crashes more? I don't know. The crashes are always part of the cycling. Yes, when the speeds are getting higher. You said 44 is a fast. I don't think 44 and the 0.6 is fast nowadays. I think it's pretty even slow.
Average, yeah.
or average. I think 45 was fast 30 years ago. So yeah, when you're riding constantly 50, 60 kilometers per hour and the crash, it's different when you're doing it with 45. But that's part of the cycling. But we need to understand that if we're in the bunch, sometimes we crash, no matter what. And of course, the race organizers and these things, what have been done, these are very positive. After this Philipsen crash, they changed quite a lot to make it safer and so on. So I think it's the best what we can do at the moment, and with every decision they're trying to do their best. Sometimes people are involved and then the decisions are not maybe the right ones, but the aim, I think, for the International Cycling Union is good, to still have bikes that look like bikes, and if we allow every position possible and every equipment, then it will be Formula One ultimately.
Yeah, of course. And overall, I agree with you, and there has been a lot of good things. Especially, I think one of the biggest things that really has helped a lot of to bring more safety into the races are the new fences in the finish areas that don't have those legs that are coming out of the fence, that the legs are behind the actual cardboard part of the fence, and this really helps, because there was many cases where riders were not riding into the fence but riding into the leg of the fence, and then we have seen very horrific crashes there, unfortunately. But I think I think UCI are dealing with a lot of small issues that, in my opinion, don't have a bigger effect on the safety of riders, but they aren't dealing with the bigger problems that actually affect the safety of the riders. And of course, this has been a topic that hundreds of people have talked about, is just the finishes of the races. And in the last kilometer, the amount of corners and roundabouts and so on, that is a problem. That causes crashes. It's very hard to crash for a group of riders if the road goes straight. These are professional riders. They don't crash. They can still go 70 kilometers per hour, and everybody is bunched together. They don't just crash there. They know they do this every day. But when you have a lot of corners in there, roundabouts, road furniture, etc., then there's a higher probability, and that's the thing that I think UCI hasn't put a lot of scrutiny. They haven't scrutinized the race organizers enough on this topic. Even in my opinion, the yesterday's finish in Valga, in the last 500 meters, it was 4 corners. 4 corners. It was good that the breakaway came there with 20 riders, not the whole bunch together. And the Baltic Chain Tour, there aren't a lot of riders. As we told, only 68 riders today in the start. But if you would have a group of 150 guys going there, I'm more than certain that there would have been 2 very bad crashes in the last 500 meters. And that's not because of the width of the handlebar, but the just the course. The course architecture was very crash prone, I would say.
But there is a compromise somewhere. We wouldn't want to see races where, I mean, it's like Riga-Tallinn,
of course,
wide 6-lane road every time. Also, but of course, I agree. If there's 6 corners in last 490 meters, then this might be maybe 3 would be enough.
Yes.
But also it's interesting when it's narrow, and I looking from last few years where the biggest crashes have been, we haven't seen them really in a finishing straight. They are in the middle of the with those ditches and trees, etc. And we cannot imagine also for organizers to put fences 200 kilometers. This would be also stupid. So I think we always will have the risk, like the rally or Formula 1 drivers know also, that if you do a mistake it will be bad, but there will be always riders who break in the last second and cause some problems. And I mean, you've talked in a podcast this radio thing that all the basically directors sportifs are telling the same thing, that be in front and be in first 10 or 20 when there's a problematic area. This might be even one of the problems that you really do not, or there's a one radio for the whole tour, not every team. And so there are a lot of things which ultimately is making the cycling a little bit more safer. There is definitely not one thing, and I think the handlebar width is maybe taking too much of this discussion. But the discussion is very good, because we all, if there is a crash, I mean, my heart is just when I see it, it's very bad to see.
There was just one young rider who 19 or 20 who ended his career just a few weeks ago because he was in a race where one other participant had a very bad crash and unfortunately lost his life. And a very promising rider, and that he can't deal with it anymore. That it's so crazy. The risk is so big, and this is a thing that when I have talked with a few riders who have ended their career in the last few years or so on, and it has been their careers has been from 2010s until right now, that they have said that in the last 10 years there has been a big shift in the dynamics of the pro peloton, that the amount of young riders coming in every year, and just the that it's so equal and so close in the top that everybody is taking extra risks, and there's not this, how do you say, not a lot of mutual respect between riders anymore, or even the thing that I'm not raced, but probably you can have your share your opinion, like when you race like, would it be okay for you to go and try to get like push out the yellow jersey from his lead-out train? Probably you wouldn't do that, but that's the case today in today's cycling. That is the norm. That no matter what, you have to be in the position. If it means that you will push out the yellow jersey behind his own team, and you will take the best position there, then you will do that. If you're a young 21-year-old or 22-year-old guy, because if you don't do that, there's a list of 20 other guys who have the same capabilities as you have, and you will be just changed the next year in your team.
There was a small scandal in the ladies Tour de France where some team said, well, it was Demi Vollering, and then the team director said that there's no respect for Demi, and that's what you're talking about, that there are younger boys or girls who doesn't just why should you respect it? Why? I mean, you need to win, and also if you're in a position where you see that you cannot cope with it anymore, then it's maybe time to leave sport, and that's also normal. Yeah. So
because every race starts on a blank sheet. That it doesn't matter in the start line. It doesn't matter if you have, I don't know, 3 Tour de France wins or 83 professional wins. A new race starts. It doesn't help you that you have won before, but you have to, again, every race you have to again earn your own respect and then make the race. So I think.
Yeah, I just in a way I like this mentality. I just remembered how very young Rein Taaramäe in a race. This was probably in April or March. Alberto Contador, I think, attacked, and then Rein went with him, or was it vice versa? And then he attacked Alberto Contador. And I mean, I like this mindset that I don't care who you are. You are a winner of Grand Tours. I feel good. I will go. And so in a sense, when you want to be a world champion in anything or every sport, there's not very many friends maybe around you, because you need to be a little bit this kind of a pain in the ass.
And especially in the race, you can have friends after the finish line, but from the start to the finish, it's you have to focus on the result.
And what are we talking about? Is it now worse than ever? In 80s or 90s, beginning of 90s, there was a guy called Jamaluddin Abtachaparov who won Tour de France stages, and he won it in a way that he deliberately didn't want that someone will pass him. Or I even remember one stage when he was sprinting, and then he saw that someone is passing him. He sat down, took the other person's shirt, pulled him back, and then sprinted again. Won. Of course, the referee said that kind of behavior is not normal, so he got the last place on that stage. But again, this mentality that you want to take the other guy from the shirt. I think cycling is quite a polite place to be if we compare to other sports. Like you said, if there is something on the road, you will show. You don't want that the others will be hurt. But 30 years ago, you mean there was punches and everything. Now you have the drones and helicopters. You cannot punch anyone anywhere because you can ban for whatever. So in a way, it's gone better.
That's true. But what was the nickname of the German Chaparov? It was Tashkent Devil, no?
Something like this. Yeah,
he was from a very small country. I think somewhere. Should be Tashkent Devil. He was a crazy guy. I didn't see him race. I only have read stories and watched watched some videos of him, but quite a character in a race. You don't see that, fortunately, in today's races anymore. Yeah.
And I don't know whether it's a true story or not, but also with Jan Kirsipuu, when he was younger and got to the professional level, then it was Mario Cipollini, who I think wanted to in the sprint in last kilometers, whether Mario wanted to get rid of Jan, or was it vice versa, and then they had a small argument, and after this they respected each other. So in a way there was possible to respect each other. But so yeah, it was I think there was bigger wars done 30-40 years ago than nowadays, but speeds are up, and of course every centimeter counts, and the money is a lot higher nowadays. So there's you're fighting for your basically for the contract, and the difference between winning or being fifth is marginal, and when your life basically depends on it, and your contract and your revenues for the next years, then you will gonna take these risks, and the older guys cannot cope with it anymore, and they will leave the sport. So
yeah. But here in the race, just a few words about that there is a two-man breakaway formed. Both are from the national team of Lithuania. Venantas Lažinis, who was yesterday also in the front. They have not a very healthy gap, but a 5 second plus gap, I would say. In the stage, Venantas Lažinis was yesterday in 7th position, so he also got a quite high general classification position after yesterday. So he's in 12th place, 23 seconds back from the Marcus Bayer, so a rider that definitely you have to look at. In the race we saw that a little bit, it looked to be that it started raining, but it's not very hard if it has started raining, but probably the riders will get some some rainfall in the next 112 kilometers. But if we talk about the moves that you can do in the race, UCI initiated this yellow card or card format, that if you do one small how do you say friction or thing that you can't do it, then you will get a yellow card. You won't get a fully disqualified. Karl Kuritz tried to give his bottle to the spectators, but he's not a very good thrower. He's more of a bike rider, and so it's good that he didn't go and play basketball. That wasn't a very good throw. But UCI has initiated this yellow card format. What do you think about this? Is it a good thing, or is it still subjective that what offense is a yellow card and what offense is a red card?
I mean, it hasn't been in football the whole time also, but I think again it's one of very many things what can make a little bit safer place for cyclists, and I think it's important also for the younger generation who are looking to TV and seeing how people are behaving. I totally 100% agree what the referees did in the Tour de France, where Peter Sagan was disqualified. He was a world champion, 3-time world champion, and he got disqualified because of the wrong movement, which could have been very serious. And I think this was a statement from the UCI also that look, when you are 14 or 15 or 16 or junior, you cannot do these things. And it would be even bad if someone else would have disqualified and not the world champion. So again, new thing, maybe it helps, maybe it doesn't, maybe in a few years they say, it doesn't work, but maybe it really puts someone to think that whether I'm going to do this move or not, because I have 2 yellow cards on my back already.
Yeah, that's true. So,
by the way, about the throwing of the bottle, what Karl Kuric did, and not very successfully. I had a similar thing last year. I participated in this Gran Fondo World Championships, and of course I was already in a whatever bunch, and there was people near the road and some kids, and I had a bottle, and I thought I will throw them, but they were quite far, like 50 meters, so I wanted to throw very far, and the quality of the throw was that it went backwards to another group. So I was so ashamed. I wanted to give this bottle to the kids. So if I would have gotten a yellow card for that, super. I would be happy. People who do not know how to do things shouldn't do things.
Yes. I was this year. I was watching the Tour de France, a few stages in France, and I went and watched also the Col de la Loze stage, and there was in Col du Glandon on the mountain, and I watched the peloton go by, and there's usually this. In every place there is this a few fans who do a big bucket, and then they have a cardboard sign that throw all of your bidons here, and then you get some points or like figurative points if you get the bottle in the box or in the or in the hoop, and it was Jonas Vingegaard who actually 10 meters from me he tried to get it into the hoop, but he failed. Unfortunately I didn't get the Vingegaard's bottle also, but it was nice to see. But he was having a joke then with his teammates that I missed it. So it's not the only thing that Jonas Vingegaard lost in the Tour de France. Not the Tour only, but also his basketball skills aren't very good. But now we see actual rainfall started. And now it gets just uncomfortable, the rain. Hopefully it won't go too cold for the riders. It's around 15 degrees, I would say. In the morning it's not quite bad, but definitely I think some riders who are more used to hot weathers, they will go back to the car and take a rain gilet on. But one rider who really likes rainy weather is this guy, Karl Buttercloak from Quick Pro team. He was born and raised in Saaremaa, a big island in Estonia. on the western part of Estonia, and it's an island where always there's a lot of wind and usually it rains. So
he doesn't care basically.
Yes,
It's the best summer,
exactly.
average summer day for him at the moment in front of the bunch. I don't know why he has like a camelback. I thought at first that he had some chile or something there, but that's the way he rides, or what's?
No, but I'm on a different opinion that some riders put there because for aero benefits, that you can get something extra aero-wise, that when you have a little hump on your back. But yeah, some riders hold chiles there, some riders use bottles there. Of course, in hot days you have like a little ice pack there on your back, but
Johan Nordlund is starting to get warmed up. It seems that's what he is doing. He creates his chances himself. He doesn't even if he goes in a breakaway with, I don't know, 7-10 guys. He usually doesn't win. He's 7th or 8th or 9th. His finish is not maybe the best, but the power, what he can execute himself alone for a few minutes and hold it. It's especially for the 45-year-old. It's tremendous.
yes, and here we see right arm also with the Danes here pushing the pace. I think national team Estonia has ridden again a very smart race today. They have been in all of the bigger moves, but they haven't used their men. They
have all the cards at the moment, and they have seems to have fresh legs. So good position to be if there is around let's say 2 hours and 15 minutes still to race.
We should soon get an interview from yesterday's or the man who's in 3rd place overall, Axel Galberg.
Hi, Axel. First of all, congratulations to you and your team on a good result yesterday. This has landed you the lead in the best young rider classification. Did you come here with a plan of chasing the white jersey?
Yeah, of course, it was a goal for us to take that jersey, and also in the GC. So we stand with 2 guys now, 3rd and 4th in the GC, so it's a pretty good situation for us.
After a tough day yesterday, you are positioned 3rd in GC and only 11 seconds behind Markus Pajur and right arm. Do you think it's possible to swap that young rider jersey for yellow?
Yeah, of course, everything is possible, but it's also going to be really hard. They're good riders and also not so many climbs or things like that to do on, but we will see what happens.
Yeah, thank you and best of luck today.
That was Axel Galberg, young Finnish guy, 21 years old, from Lucky Sport cycling team. As I told yesterday, a new team from Sweden that is nurturing young Scandinavian talent. And they have ridden a really good race here. They have a nice team of and they have some good sponsors of Evely, who are in real estate business, and also the Lucky Casino is supporting them. So always it's in some cases, I know some countries don't let gambling to support sports, but well, it's part of the game, and I think more money in the sport, the better.
I agree. It's that the problem with the legislation is that basically, if you want to put some money in a gambling, you have to be 21-year-old, but you do a contract with a 19-year-old, and it's a grey area, but yeah, I mean, if there's new teams with the help of additional money, and Evli, I know it's a investment company whose balance sheet is more than Estonian budget, so they are also quite big, and to be associated with cycling, it's I think vice versa. If there are some of you from the spectators who will put their means there, and they are helping to grow it, then it's they already have achieved their goals, I think.
Yeah, it's we know how hard it is to get sponsors money into sport, and especially also cycling. If we just there was yesterday I read an article, as we told, today is also the day where the third Grand Tour of the year, so the Spanish Vuelta a España is starting, and the winner of the Vuelta will get 200,000 euros. So that's around the same as a tennis athlete will get in a Grand Slam when he's in pretty much in the third round, or not even in the pretty much like the playoffs. So
and if you think crazy about 200,000 euros, and you have a chance to win, for example, like Ayuso or someone who might have a chance to win maybe one Grand Tour in their life, maybe, and you win this 200,000, it should give you a possibility to secure your future. But nowadays it doesn't. Even in Latvia, Lithuania, or Estonia, you maybe get a two-room apartment, and not in the center of the capital. So I think cycling is still very much underestimated by the sponsor. If you look at how much coverage it gets by the TV. The numbers have grown a lot, I think, also in sponsorship. I think the World Tour teams are probably doing quite well, but the gap between the World Tour and the rest is getting, I think, bigger because of the price of equipment and everything else what's happening. So yeah, with the Quick Pro team also, I really hope that they will manage this. Maybe it's 2 years, maybe 3 years. It is the beginning of the team, and it would be great if they could secure one big sponsor, and then the rest would follow, because I think the idea, wherever it's, is it in Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, it has done before, but to give a platform for those guys who are not yet in the level in a Pro Tour or World Tour, but they need 2-3 years to get good races. This is a very, very good idea, and without it, the cycling in Baltics would be definitely not so rich. So
yes,
and even for Madis Michels, he rode for 1 year in Tartu, and if he wouldn't have that opportunity, maybe he would be where he is today, but probably not.
The same goes for actually Latvian stars. Tom Skunj, who was last year fourth in the Olympics, fourth in the World Championships, and Chris Neylands. They had the chance to ride in a Latvian small amateur continental team, Rietumu Delfin, which was funded by a Latvian bank, and they had the chance to grow as a rider after the juniors for a few years, and it definitely helped them because the hardest place for a rider to become a professional is just after the juniors, after they have finished their high schools. Then you have this thing that, will I pursue a professional career or will I do something else? And if you have not very strong options, to pursue a professional career, then you might a lot of talents have definitely been lost in those those cases.
When Baltic Chain Tour was won by Erkki Pütsep, I think it was 2011. Maybe he was riding at that time in Alpha Baltic.
Yes.
So another team from Latvia, which gathered the best ones in Baltics at that time who were available. And I think when you have a team, it is great to have those who are just finishing their career and then bringing those new guys, 17, 18-year-old. The old guys, they're still very strong, so the new guys understand that they really have to still work. But of course, for the older guys also, when you're not performing, you're not going to have a contract. So the young, I think in every team you have to have different age categories, and maybe we're not talking about sport here. I mean in general. So you have people who are mentoring the new ones, and I think the similar thing was with Rein Taram and Madis Mikkels in Intermarché. So
Yes, definitely.
So when you're not performing on that level, what you used to, you have some different role in the team, and just make the team ride smarter.
This is Sigimantas Paviljonis. Sigimantas Matuchevicius. He is riding actually a gravel bike. I confirmed it also yesterday. You have probably both bikes at your home, a road bike and a gravel bike. How do they differ, or is it? Will the sport go to that direction, that there is this very universal bike that everybody uses? Because I think in the Tour de France we could see that a climber's bike is not really used anymore. Even
just the aero bikes, what even Pogacar and Vingegaard used.
Even on the hardest stages where there is like 5,000 meters of altitude, you still use the aero bike.
I don't know whether on that level or here in the Baltic Chain Tour, this is going to be a new normality, because I mean the gravel bike, the position is a little bit different. But I think if you're talking about the amateurs or seniors, to have one bike where you can just change the wheel, you're gonna save a lot of money, or you can put additional money to have one very good bike rather to average one. I think in this Baltic Chain Tour, when their speeds are going up to 60, 70 on some distance, and you need to really ride 55 kilometers per hour, that's where the aerodynamics are coming very much into play, and it might be that whether you're going to win or not is due to your bike actually. So to be riding a gravel bike here, okay, to do it in the bunch, but I'm not gonna put my cards there that he will win the tour with that one. It's just there are limitations nowadays, and even in road bikes, different brands. We're not talking about them, but there are some bikes with what you cannot win anymore. It's although they might look the same, but there are differences in bikes, and they are all very, very expensive, to be honest. I mean, if nowadays a very good bike costs around 15,000 euros, and then the team has to have a time trial bikes. You have to have, if it's an average professional team, probably the rider has 2 bikes
at least. Yeah.
So even for one person, all the wheels, everything, it's around, let's say, 40,000-50,000 euros. How many riders there are in a normal continental team?
Usually like 10-15. Yeah.
So you need 500,000 even for the equipment. So, and if you talk about the Baltics, to get 500,000 sponsorships from one sponsor is very difficult. In sports, I mean, the biggest sums are here around 100,000-150,000 what the companies are putting. So to get a 500,000 sponsor in the Baltics for a cycling team, it really has to then perform Europe-wide and be in TV. That's when you get. But there's also not very much alternative if you have a 500,000 euros as a company and you would like to put it in the cycling in a world tour team. You get a very small part of the somewhere on the backside of the jersey. So
there's a very interesting situation on the road here. The bunch has split up, and this is the pictures of the second part of the bunch. There are some riders in between, but a lot of riders have missed a big split. And one of the favorites, we can see that the Karl Patrick Lauk is in here in the second split, and also Axel Galberg, the young Finnish guy who is holding the young riders jersey and was in third place in general classification. He has definitely missed the split. This is now the pictures to the front of the race. We see a lot of Quick Pro riders represented, a lot of Lucky Team riders represented, but also we see the general classification leader Markus Bayer is in there, and he has at least two teammates, but I think it should be still 3 teammates for him. So nothing bad for the national team Estonia, but there is a huge split, and this is very critical in this race today.
But with this, it's quite a big group. Probably they don't work together, everyone here, and if there are people back, the gap is still around 20 seconds.
Around like that, yeah.
So it's a nice move, but someone has to now really put some effort that they can stay in front. And if there are some guys there who really missed and they have 2-3 teammates, then they can work like hell. Now it's the time to start working.
Yeah, this is very, because it's such a big group, so it's very hard to find cooperation in here because you will always have passengers who won't do anything here. So I would say it's 25 guys here approximately. So almost half the peloton is off the front, and now we can see the distance between the second part of the group there. Yeah, there's some 5 riders in between, and then the group comes. This, I would say, is even more than 30 seconds with the peloton. This has a possibility to go very far today. And you can see Energus team is here, Lucky team is here, the Danish Giant team, Latvian national team has at least 2 riders here, Svealand has 2 riders here, but who are the bigger losers? I don't see anybody from the Austrian team actually. And I don't also see the Austrian team leader, the green jersey, Josef Dirnbauer. I don't see him here. I don't see Axel Galberg here from Lucky cycling team. So they are, I would say, the biggest losers at the moment, but we don't know the gap yet. And we see also, national team of Estonia, they have 4 riders here. They have Right Arm, they have Karl Kuritz, and also Markus Bayer as the yellow jersey, and Lauri Tam. And I saw that Markus Bayer, he was at the back in the second part of the group, but he saw that a very very big split has gone off, and he attacked there alone to bridge the gap. So Markus understood that if he wouldn't be in there, it would be panic stations for national team Estonia. So he did a very smart move to push the gap there. or to bridge the gap, sorry. So it's, yeah, we are 20 kilometers and then we will be on this famous post road when it's a lot of ups and downs. If this group goes with a healthy advantage there, then it's very hard for the back group to get them back. And this is the riders in between. There's a Lithuanian rider, rider from Finnish amateur team, then it's Kert Kivistik from Estonian peloton team, and 2 riders from Energus. And this is the back bunch, and Quick Pro team are chasing, or this is this is the front group. This is the front group. Yeah. It's Gleb Karpenko and Oskar Nisu. Oskar Nisu was 3rd yesterday. They are pushing the pace. They have 4 riders here. They have done a good split. They're very well represented. Yesterday they weren't that well represented and they played different tactics. But today they have done good collectively.
We might see in 20 kilometers when the post road starts, maybe even some attacks from here, because those who do not work, there are a lot of riders who do not want them. So it is more convenient to ride in a 7 or 10 riders group than having all those 25, 30 riders up there.
So we just got confirmation that it's 50 seconds already. 50 seconds between the 2 groups, and that's a very healthy advantage. And this has just happened in the space of 5 kilometers or so. So the front group is going full gas, and the back group is totally. They don't have a team that is pushing the pace there.
I think we should see already quite many team cars going to the behind of the first group. I think it's around 30 seconds. Where
more minutes, because they have some riders in between, I think, still.
Okay. Yeah.
Then you don't want to. Usually, they allow like 45 plus, but a minute. Oh, already. You were right. Sorry. They already have a team car here. But I just wanted to show that again, like yesterday. Josef Rekuici, the 35-year-old Algerian guy, now loan from their team. He was all of the time at the back of the bunch, but when it matters, he's here.
He's in front, yeah.
Yeah. Same for yesterday. He didn't do any work in the breakaway, and he was 5th. So, and this. That guy shows that he's 35 years old. He has been 5 years in the World Tour, raced a few Grand Tours. The only rider in this this race that has Grand Tours in his palmarès, and it shows. He knows how to race with his head and not only with his legs. So nice job from Josef Rekuici. But definitely this weather doesn't suit him, I'm sure.
And when you're 35, it doesn't sound very old, but the guys with whom he's riding, he can easily say that, sorry, you are young now, you have to work. I can a little bit relax there.
Yeah. This is right arm, and this is number 1 from Quick Pro team. It's Quick Pro team number 1 is Martti Lencius. So they have 4 riders in here. Right arm, Rekuici, Markus Bayer, and also we have 116 here. It's August Birk Hunt from Play Giant Store, and this is the back group, and this is.
They're gone.
They're gone, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it will be 2 minutes very, very soon if they are continuing like this. There's no team who are interested to catch those. I see, again, sorry to talk about so much about Johan Nordlund, but I see only he would take this and let's go now, or maybe he just want to rest and try tomorrow his luck.
But here, yeah, we see again, like yesterday, Team Peloton, the Estonian amateur team, they didn't have any riders in the front yesterday. Same for today, and now they are forced to chase there. But I'm not sure that they can do something similar 2 days straight, because they definitely lost a lot of watts yesterday. They are a little bit fatigued, so let's see what it will happen. But I'm on the same level as you, or same mindset that the gap will grow out very fast. Already 1 minute 21 seconds between this. It's very even hard to say that this is a breakaway. It's not. It's half the bunches here.
Yeah, and then we in Estonia say Indian bunch when we race at the backside, because this came from a very well-known Saaremaa Velotour, when there was 1 year a group of Indian team, and I think in first or second stage many of those were on the last, and then we started to say that, oh, you were these guys with from India, and then this is where in Estonian it came. So like you said, it's not the breakaway. It seems that it's just the other guys are just couldn't make it.
But yeah, we just got confirmation that it's 27 riders in the front. And on the left-hand side, you can see the names of the riders here. Yeah, National Team Estonia is very well represented with 4 riders. Same goes for Quick Pro cycling team. Lucky Pro had 2 riders. Then also there is 2 riders from 3 riders from Team Co-Play Giant Store. So 2 teams with 4 riders and 1 team with 3 riders. So they are the teams who are most represented. Oh, this is a guy from the Danish team. He's showing, I think, to mostly his teammates or to everybody that if you want to go to the finish with this group, then please come and work a little bit. I can't do everything for you, but it's 27 riders, so almost half the peloton is here. But we can see that optimistically 15 are working here, 10 are passengers. And of course it's very hard, I think, for a lot of teams to really commit here, because they know and they see that the leader's jersey, Markus Bayer, is just at the back. He's not doing anything. You can go as hard as you want, but you won't get rid of him just by riding hard. That he will be the freshest at the end. So what kind of tactics would you have if you would be the team director for the other team that has 4 riders here, Team Quick Pro or Danish team? What should they do? Should they commit for the next 30-40 kilometers to just get a very healthy lead and then start attacking, or just raise their hands and say, we won't do anything, it's your Team Estonia to push this group?
I think all the alternatives are possible here, and again, as it has changed so much, like we've seen in a Pro Tour, 86 kilometers to go, and attack alone is totally okay nowadays also. So but I think it's super situation for the Estonians at the moment, not super situation with all the others, Latvian national team, Lithuania, Danes. I think they should make the race as hard as possible. Unfortunately for them, Markus Bayer seems to be in a very good shape. But there are other places also to race, not only maybe the win. How many seconds the winner gets as a bonus?
10 seconds. 10.64 and 2, I think, in the finish it should be.
So to attack as much as possible for the Estonians do the work and protect the leader jersey should be a logical way, and whenever Estonians will get back to then another attack, maybe even for two teams to agree that let's do that now. I would go for that one to make for the Estonians and for the helpers of Markus Pajur, the leader, it's as hard as possible that they wouldn't have the legs in last maybe 10 kilometers where the real attacks and could happen, and they just need 10-15 seconds for someone who to take the leader jersey with the bonus seconds. So it's still very, very open. The Quick Pro team has 4 guys. I'm quite sure they won't work with the Estonian national team. It's not logical. They need to win themselves. All those guys who are there can go alone and go 1 hour before the finish. So it's an interesting situation, and we already see that few people who do not want to work and the gaps are opening. So this group will not stay into the finish the way it is. There will be some attacks. Somebody likes the cold and rain, and they might do something.
Mm-hmm. And in 13 kilometers time, we will have the second intermediate sprint in Urvaste Church, and then there will be again bonus seconds and points being awarded there. So, but probably until then, this group will work together. But now we will go for a short commercial break. We'll soon be back.
People who have just moved to Tartu are often surprised by how small and charming this town is. But if you stay longer, you discover that this town has endless layers and a compelling history. In Tartu, research is conducted, art is created, unicorns are born, and lifelong connections are formed. Tartu is the world's largest small town. It is my home. And Tartu could also be your home.
From the moment that we met, you're worth the wait. Oh, this could be the best thing that I'll ever know.
Welcome to Smart Riga, where the roots of our history nurture the growth of our future. Our city's policies support fair and sustainable growth, leading to new innovations and smarter living. Let's explore the foundations upon which Smart Riga is built. Smart transportation systems make commuting easier and more efficient, while smart traffic management and real-time updates ensure that residents can navigate the city with ease. Our green buildings, solar energy, efficient public lighting, and active mobility reduce our carbon footprint and create a cleaner, greener Riga. As Riga moves forward to become a climate-neutral city, these elements are the key. Online municipal services, digital tools for city planning, and 5G-enabled solutions empower everyone to contribute to shaping the city's future. Improved public safety and responsive city services, Smart Riga enriches every part of daily life. Riga's thriving tech startups and business initiatives attract investments, create jobs, and drive innovation. Choose Riga as your testbed for innovation, where the city itself becomes your partner in developing and testing impactful solutions in its pilot territories. Just as a tree thrives with deep roots and plentiful fruit, Smart Riga continues to grow and flourish. Riga, the smart choice for your innovations.
So now the cars are behind the first bunch, so the gap is already huge. Probably it's around it's shown on the screen around 2 minutes. What you expected?
Yes, already 2 minutes 80 kilometers to go. So yeah, in the space of around 15 kilometers, they have gotten a gap of almost 2 minutes. So it's quite a good situation for all of these riders who are here. We see on the on the left corner that the sprint is in 9 kilometers, so the second intermediate sprint of the day. I think until then the situation will stay around similar as it is right now, but after the sprint they will go on a very rolling part of the course, up and down, and that will definitely give chances for attacks. And I told yesterday this that I expect a lot of teams to attack the national team Estonia. It didn't really happen yesterday because national team Estonia just at some point put 3 men on the front to control the race, but that was for the last 25 kilometers. Today they aren't able to control the race for the last 70 kilometers. So I think there's nothing to lose for all of the Quick Pro guys. Same for the Energus guys. For the Danish team that has 3 guys here. One is high up in the general classification, but for the other 2, they should attack. There's no point of staying together with Markus Bayer here, especially regarding yesterday, where he was definitely the strongest and the fastest in the bunch. So it's very hard to get rid of or win Markus in the sprint. So you have to get rid of him before if you want to step on the best spot on the podium.
And basically he's been riding in someone's field wheel in basically the whole day. So I mean, if this would continue like it is, then Markus will be the freshest guy and will win the sprint probably.
Yeah.
So looking from again to the other teams, that's not the logical strategy. You have to make the race as hard as possible. That the Estonian national team have to work and not being fresh, and they have to do everything that Markus won't win the stage, because then basically the tour is, I wouldn't say over, because tomorrow is a hard day.
Yeah, but just an interesting thing that I saw that both Markus Bayer and right arm from the Estonian national team, Markus has the leader jersey and right arm has the most competitive red jersey. They are riding with their national team skin suit, but they just put the jersey on top of the skin suit.
So it must be cold.
Yes, so it must be cold. A very unusual unusual clothing style from Markus and Wright from the Estonian national team.
But I'm sure the tour organizers won't produce the skin suits also. Yeah. So when you're a leader, you just have to understand that it will be 1 or 2 watts what you're going to lose with that leader's jersey. We talked about the UCI limitations and what they want to do. I heard, and I don't know whether it's a decision or not, they want to limit the gearings also. Is this true fact now?
It's not a fact. Or they haven't done a decision, but there are real talks, as I understood, in UCI headquarters, that they are really thinking about reducing gears to get the speeds down of the races.
But it doesn't work like that. I mean,
it doesn't really.
It makes things more dangerous, because when you're like a bunny with a limited gears, you still ride with 70 kilometers per hour, but it's just you cannot hold your brake.
It's I think the people working in UCI, they probably have never raced or even ridden a bike, so it's as you just told, it's a bike when you're going 90 RPM is so much more, a bike and a rider is so much more stable than if you have a rider and a bike that has 150 or 130 RPM, because then you don't have this stability there. So it's I don't really understand what they are thinking. I really hope that this is one of the things that they will avoid doing, but because this really doesn't help anything. We see they even lifted, and I think it was a good decision, they lifted the gears for the younger riders, because when I raced as a young 14-year-old boy, we had very specific gears in under 15 level, then under 17 level, and then in the juniors we have different gear ratios that we could use, and there was always a little step up, another gear if you go into the another age category, but they got rid of the gear ratio or gear limitations for the juniors a few years ago, and I think that was a very smart move, because you could see like juniors would race just take the Estonian races also, they would, a lot of the races they would do together with the actual elite men. They have the same watts, some of the best guys, but they are just have limitations in cases where the race is being raced in 60 kilometers an hour, and it actually causes more problems for those few guys to race there with limited gears than it would be if they would have proper gear. So I think that was a very smart move, and I would really not understand a move from the UCI if they would start putting gear limitations on professionals. I don't know, it wouldn't really help anything.
The gear limitations are still men under 17, and but the juniors do not have it anymore, probably because there are more and more guys who are getting a contract at the age of 17 or 18 already. But I think for the younger ones, I remember when I was 13 or 14, we had one guy who then we didn't have gearing limitations. This came probably in the 94 or 5, and there was one guy who constantly, he was so strong at the age of 13 that probably with the rounds per minute he was 68 or 72 and he just went alone. So I think for an athlete to develop, it's good that even if you're strong, you still need your body to move.
Yeah, it's good for your ligaments and so on that you don't in a very young age, that you don't destroy your knees and so on if you ride a very, very big gear. So it's that is of course like the cycling basics, that if you start riding, ride with cadence, because it's good for your muscles, it's good for your ligaments, it's good for everything. But
the youngsters now, when we race together those few races here, they have 50 in front and 14 back. And to be honest, if it's not over 60, let's say 55, then they can manage. But the problems are downhill, downwind. Sometimes when the pace is going more than 60, 65, even 70, then they really struggle, and it becomes a little bit dangerous, because you see those youngsters want to be in the bunch, and they just don't have a chance.
So we should have now in 3 kilometers time the second intermediate sprint of the day. It will be in near Urvaste church. It's a very nice Baroque style rural church in Estonia, built in the late 17th century. A well-known landmark in the region, and definitely if you are in the region, go take a visit there. There are very nice interior features, nicely preserved altar, and spacious design. And it's this intermediate sprint is brought to you by a local cycling club called Hauka Cycling Club, led by the very well known for Estonian fans who are watching this English broadcast, that time trial specialist Taavi Kanimäe is one of the founders behind that cycling club, and is contributing back to cycling in providing this intermediate sprint in Urvaste Church.
Taavi has actually ridden time trial just last few years. When I talk about his power, everybody can follow him in Strava, but for him in time trial it's a norm to have 440 watts, and so we call him in Estonia Kannamäe.
Kannamäe. So like Filippo Kanna, but Estonian style.
Yes, so incredible guy who should have maybe taken up the time trial 10-15 years ago. Last year he also participated the European Championships. Was also in World Championships.
Also in World Championships, yes.
Not maybe so successfully as he hoped himself, but I think it was also a good example of how you can come basically from nowhere, and if you have the power, you can come and represent Estonia in the highest level.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and now we see some attacks here. It's 1.5 kilometers until the intermediate sprint. You could see the Danish giant team is doing an attack, and somebody from the Estonian national team is trying to neutralize that. It looks to be Lauri Tamm here. Yes, and Karl Kuritz is bringing the other breakaway companions back. So this, I think, is a little bit of an appetite maker, what we will have in store for the last 70 Ks. A lot of attacks here. I think there won't be a lot of nice common... Oh, an attack from the Latvian national team. And then Markus Pajuris is going in his pursuit. I think the intermediate sprint should be
500 meters.
500, even less probably.
It's on top of the hill, it goes down and then it goes up. I'm sure the king of the mountain, as Taavi Kanimäe has it, so it might be that in Strava Markus Pajur at the moment took the
Yes.
KOM, but let's see afterwards.
Markus Bayer in front of right arm took that intermediate sprint. So the two guys on the top step of the general classification just made sure that they will probably stay there for a longer time.
And Quick Pro team should be attacking now after the intermediate sprint, or any other team. This is what we as spectators would like to see, that it just doesn't go for the next 1 hour 15 minutes like this, but always after the intermediate sprints, especially when the leader has won it and he's in totally red, these are the times when you can do something.
This is Oskar Nisu, yesterday's third place rider, together with yesterday's second place rider, right arm, trying to get off
right
the front.
Doesn't do any work. He doesn't need to do it, but there should be another Quick Pro team guy there who could help now.
Another Quick Pro guy, and at the back we see, but now Wright contributes. And this is actually good, I would say it's a good position for Estonian national team. If they can get right arm off the front here to work for some time.
He just makes maybe faces.
Yes,
he's acting like doing work. Actually, the group is getting back, so yeah. But yes, if he would go, it's again the cards for the Estonian national team. Whatever happens, it's good for the leader and the team.
Their Estonian national team is using right arm very well today. Some riders have lost contact on that hill, and now we should have the peloton also coming here. There I can see Karl Kurit's family there on the left, and this is the second group on the road, led by Team Peloton and also the Lithuanian national team. They have also lost the split.
Karl's father Marko has won Tartu Rally. This was a year, I think there was 2 years where there was 3 different distances. It was the small distance, then it was 112 kilometers, and then was also 172 kilometers. So Marko won the 112 kilometer ride. Probably it was 1999.
Yeah. And now a rider from the Danish giant team is off the front, and Lauri Tam is in his pursuit. Oh, Lauri has done a lot of work yesterday, a lot of work today for his team leaders, and his face, that's probably not acting. I think that's real.
But
you never know. But
Estonian national team has really done very good job today. They have had things under the control the whole race, and also whenever there is attack is going, which might be important one, the Estonians have been there, and whether it's neutralizing or then let the others do the work. And Markus, the leader, is in the bunch and getting a free ride to home.
Yeah. So in 13 kilometers time, the hard part of the course will start in Post Road. Then there will be more attacks. This is the front group, but it's hard to see. Is still the Danish rider together with the national team Estonian rider off the front here or not? See, one rider is losing a little bit of contact, but that's probably he only went back to the cars to get some food or drinks. Here is pace is on here.
Yeah, it's race is on.
Yeah, we have still 2 riders off the front of this breakaway. It's Lauri Tam together with the Dane, and then 5, 6, 7 seconds is the difference back to this the rest of the breakaway. And now Lucky Pro Cycling and also Quick Pro should be forced to bring this back because they are the riders or they are the teams that aren't represented. Sorry.
Yeah, if you look at the gap at the moment to the back bunch, it's just over 2 minutes, and it has been basically the same for the last half an hour maybe. So if the front group at some stage is happy with the situation and the back group can get 1 minute back, then it doesn't mean that the race is actually over also for the back group.
Yeah, they really could come back if we saw that two teams are working in the second group on the road. It's the Estonian team Peloton and then the Lithuanian national team, who both of them don't have any riders in the front. So
Lithuanians have always been a very good time trialist and also on track in pursuit. So for them, with the help of Estonian Peloton guys who can really also put some power, maybe I said too soon that the race is over for the other group.
Yeah, but it was the same for yesterday. I thought it was over for the second group. They didn't get back, but they got really close, 33 seconds, because Team Peloton worked the whole time, and then also a few teams started helping them at the end. So you never know. You have to keep the pace on, because at front, yeah, they might start arguing with each other. Nobody wants to take the majority of the work here, and then it might happen that very fast the difference between the two groups will fade and they will come together. At the moment, it's now a question: is this 2 minutes and 19 seconds that we have on the ticker, is this the gap between these two riders back to the third group, or is it the gap between the second group and the third group on the road? Because they have approximately at least 10 seconds on this rest of the breakaway.
Probably it's coming from a motorcycle which is in front. So I hope, for the sake of the spectators, it's from the front group.
Yep. Should be. Now we have confirmation also from the second intermediate sprint that was won by the by the leader of the race, Markus Pajur, in front of Right Arm, his teammate. So they are 1-2 in the intermediate sprint, and they are also 1-2 in the general classification. And Matthias Altosari from the Finnish team was third there and gained 1 point and 1 second.
If I'm looking only in protocols, it seems that there is Markus, then there's a big gap, and then there's others. He has won all the intermediate sprints and all the stages so far, yeah? And he's looking very fresh, and the others are helping him. As I understand, he raced in a World Tour level also
in
2 years, yeah?
Not in a World Tour, but in a pro-continental level in Arkea Samsic.
But in World Tour races,
but yes, mostly in World Tour races, yes. So
what's his situation at the moment, where he's
at the moment he's
riding?
racing in the French amateur team, Charvieux Isère Cyclisme. It's in near Lyon, so does races there, but is very much looking to get a contract in a professional team, because when he was 2 years in Arkea Samsic, he had some health issues, and that ruined 1 full year of his contract. And in the second year he also wasn't fully ready, I think, at that moment to race those races. So unfortunately didn't get an extension and had to go back to a lower level in the sport. but now he's proving himself very well on the French amateur circuit. I don't know how many wins does he have this year, but many, and there's not a race in the French amateur circuit that he's out of the top 10. So he has showed a lot of good form this year, but I'm not sure what is his contract situation at the moment. But of course, if we would win today's stage and tomorrow's stage and the general
all the
classification,
intermediate sprints in UCI race, that
probably
would help a little bit to get a very, or at least a chance
exactly.
in a very good team. Whether the results will come, the time will show. But I think we have a similar example from Estonian rider Tanel Kangert, who had problems with his knees and also fell from the World Tour back to the amateur. Was it for a year or
for
even
a year,
two?
yeah.
For a year, yeah. And got back and made his best results, helping to win his teammate Grand Tours. So.
Yeah, and Markus has is still a young guy. He's 24 years old, so he still should have a pretty long career in front of him. So definitely a win in the Baltic Chain Tour could help him to get back to the level that he actually should be, on a level of at least a pro continental team. And I think the French amateur circuit is he wins there often, but I think that's not his level. That he should have a better chance. Hopefully it will happen. It will happen next year, because definitely if bigger teams are looking at this race, Markus is in good form and is a very complete bike rider. Very good tactically, also a superbly good bike handler. He won this year's mountain bike XCO championships also, so he knows how to ride a bike, something similar, an Estonian version of Matthew Van der Poel.
That's what I remember. Rides everything, wins quite a lot, and
maybe lacking 50 plus watts or to be at the actual Van der Poel, or 50 to 100 watts, but still the Estonian version of a Van der Poel. Yeah.
And I think at the Estonian national championships, he was best of the rest. Maris Mikkels was second in the Baltic.
No, it was Markus Mäeübel there.
Yeah. I mean, Madis got the second place in the race. Markus Mäeübel was after him, and then
then was Pajur.
Pajur.
So sorry, Pajur was fourth. Third was Aaron Aus.
Okay.
So we have it's August Birkhund, the Danish guy in the front group. He's in the general classification. He's in 21st place. So he's 37 seconds behind Lauri Tamm. So this is actually a very good situation for the Estonian national team. That even if it would happen that these two guys would go to the finish line, Lauri just has to stay on the wheel of the Danish guy, and in the general classification he's still ahead.
And I think for Lauri, he's also a young guy, has last few Estonian champions, not this year, but the year before, I think, got a silver medal. He's
twice silver even.
To win a UCI race would be for him also one of the biggest wins of his career. So he should ride at the moment and let the others do their job at the back. And again, for the Estonian national team, super situation.
Yes, I think Lauri actually has a pretty good finish also. So I think he would be very comfortable in going to the finish with August Birkhund. So it would be a win-win for the Estonian national team if they would stay ahead with Lauri Tam and August Birkund, and the other teams are forced to chase in the breakaway. The Quick Pro team, the Latvian national Latvian national team, and so on. And now we have the confirmation of the time caps also, and now it's very understandable that these two guys have 18 seconds in front of the second group on the road that has the leader of the general classification, and 2 minutes 42 seconds back to the third group on the road that has the third place in general, Axel Galberg, and the green jersey wearer Josef Dirnbauer, and also Karl-Patrik Lauk from Quick Pro Cycling. And this is the second group on the road with the yellow jersey group on the road, let's say.
And we don't see any hard work that the teams are in front and trying to really close that gap, which is a little bit strange, but it might be that the pace have been high and they just do not have the legs. This is for us looking from here easy to comment, but it might be that they already have more than 100 kilometers in their legs.
Well, 115 at least in their legs today. But if I would be Quick Pro team, I would or Lucky team, I would really try to now force the pace to get the two riders back, and then try to use the other riders to attack, because this situation is only favoring the national team Estonia, because they have 3 riders here that don't have to do anything. Karl Kuritz, Markus Bayer and Right Arm. And Right Arm and Markus Bayer have shown that they are probably the strongest riders in this year's race. First second yesterday, first second in the last intermediate sprint on top of hill, where they sprinted and they got a big gap in the intermediate sprint. So they have to, the Quick Pro team have to attack, but before they have to get these two guys back.
If this would continue like this, the Estonian national team have like a day off.
Pretty much, yeah. Not Lauri Tam, but the other guys, yes.
I think for Lauri in Posti, this 15 seconds, what I talked, it's so interesting road that the group won't see them anymore, and this is a chance to extend their lead if people do not chase very hard. It will be very, very interesting last 57 kilometers here in the Baltic Chain Tour. I'm so happy that the tour is again happening. We missed it last year, and I hope really that this tour is giving for the Estonian and Latvian and Lithuanian youngsters, and when the competitors are coming also, basically if I look at the participants all over the world. I was a little bit surprised that the UCI doesn't allow juniors to race, because again in 90s or 80s the best junior always were in the national team with the men's, and they had their chance. And even Jan Kirsipuu said that in 1987 he, as a junior, raced the whole Tour of Poland. It was 8 or 9 days, but I'm sure there's a reason for it. But I think the Baltic Chain Tour for the Baltic cycling community and those who really want to achieve something is a super place at home, where you can show off your sponsors and your legs and get a UCI win and get noticed worldwide.
Very interesting here, just race tactics wise. Right Arm and Karl Kuritz are constantly on the front of this yellow jersey group, and they are just trying to
acting like they are working.
Yeah, not acting, but they are more, I think they're trying to mess up the other team's work.
Yeah.
What do you think about this? Is this this is under like gray area that
it's part of the strategy. I mean, it's
not a very nice thing to do.
Yes, but where it says that we all have to be nice if you want to win, I mean it's legal. That's why we have rules. There are some things which are illegal and then legal. And if you look at the really big races, it's when the race is very hard, it's very difficult to do this. So at certain period in a race, you might do it and you will win 10 seconds. And it's just frustrating. And if those guys who they do not like this, they can just go in front and ride harder. That's always a possibility. Just ride so hard that you don't get these guys interfering us.
That's true. That's true. But of course, I remember also, it wasn't very nice to do that because you won't get a lot of friends, and it was very inconvenient if other guys did this to you. So, but it's part of the sport, and it's definitely a lot better than what the Tashkent Devil did, as you told the story before.
But I think the most interesting thing is always when you are behind someone and you are really pushing, and you think that he's in front pushing also, and then at some stage you understand that I got screwed because actually it was this 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds and there is a gap, and now I have to go alone. When you go, someone else attacks, so it's constantly, it's part of the strategy, and implementing the strategy. This is what makes the difference. And sometimes what cycling is, why it's a nice sport, that in many cases the strongest doesn't win. In many cases.
That is very, very true. But here we can see that the pace, I think, has been upped in the yellow jersey group, and they are getting very close to the two lone two riders at the front, and they will soon probably catch them. Now they are going through a town called should be Kanepi. A very nice small town in the southern part of Estonia. Yes, Kanepi town. These are the two riders, Lauri Tam and Hund from Denmark. August Birk Hund.
The gap is below 10 seconds
small.
now.
Yeah.
But from my side, I would like to thank you, Christo, for the opportunity to come and chat with you. Usually we do it on the bike. Yeah. Unfortunately, life makes some corrections, and I need to go at the moment. I will watch the last 50 kilometers afterwards. It seems very interesting, and definitely tomorrow. Whatever happens today, I know the roads tomorrow, they are hard. You can have some gaps there. So very good that the tour is on, and we can have a 3-day race here at home in the Baltic states.
Super. Thank you so much, Hanno, for joining me. But that doesn't mean that the race is still ending. As Hanno just told, we will have a very interesting last 50 Ks, and I will guide you through that. But yeah, as you can see, two riders are probably about to be caught, and Quick Pro are now attacking from the yellow jersey group, and they know that there's no point of just working here and dragging the other Estonian team riders behind them, that they have to get the two riders back and force the Estonian team riders to attack. Oh, this is a little bit sketchy. A lot of furniture here, road furniture on the road, a left-right turn. This hasn't ended very well. Hopefully, yes, and everybody stayed upright, but that was a little bit of sketchy for the last 15 seconds. A lot of bunny hopping over the over the street furniture there, over the islands. So not a good turn, but we see now that the situation is that one Quick Pro team rider has caught the two riders at the front, and also right arm is at the back of them. So 4 riders in front, then a lone Finnish guy, and then a little gap back. But I think now the Danish and the Quick Pro riders looked over their shoulders. They saw that there are 2 Estonian riders here, so there's no point of attacking, and they took the pace off. Here is now again Oskar Nisu from Quick Pro cycling team attacking, trying to get lone off the front, and right arm is trying to close this gap. As we told, this road is very interesting, a very beautiful road, but there is almost no flat meter on the next 10-15 kilometers, all the time up and down, perfect places to attack, but very hard to chase. We also see pictures from the peloton. In the right-hand corner, the team peloton is there pushing the pace. The difference is 2 minutes and 23 seconds, so quite a lot, and it's stayed there around 2 minutes 20 seconds. But if these guys start attacking, then usually it's like start and stop, and that means that the peloton has an advantage and the time cap can come down. This is the front group now. They were on this bumpy road here. There has to be attacks, and now we can see. Sorry, I have missed him. It's Josef Dirnbauer is really here. The green jersey wearer who did a very active race yesterday. He has now attacked from the front group. Lauri Tam is controlling him, then it's Oskar Nisu, then a rider from Lucky Pro Cycling. Latvian national team rider is a few seconds behind them, and this is not a good move for Estonian national team, because now there's 6 riders and only 1 Estonian guy here. But that's why we can see that right arm is trying to close the gap here. But this is being closed. I think Lauri also is looking back, seeing that I don't have any teammates here, so probably there's not a lot of point in really contributing to this effort. But Energus cycling team is this is yes, Energus cycling team brought this attack back, and now we have right arm coming from the right hand side, chasing the Quick Pro guy down. At the back of the yellow jersey group, 2 Latvians are planning a new attack. Yes, Christian Belavosic is going on the right hand side and attacking, and there's Now there's a little bit of not panic stations, but still from the Estonian national team. They are missing attacks now, and Lauri Tamm is almost the only guy who's controlling this race at the moment. So not ideal situation for Estonia. They are now having to deal with so many attacks, and it's very easy to miss one important move, and then you will be chasing for the next part of the stage. This is some shots back to the peloton, which is being controlled still by the Team Lithuania and Team Peloton from Estonia. There are 2 Estonian riders on the front of the peloton also, but probably they aren't contributing anything into the effort because they have their team leaders at the front of the race with Right Arm and Markus Payer. This is now the front group, all still together, but we see a lot of attacks now coming. And this is the thing that I told. If they just attack, then it means they will go very fast for a kilometer or so, but then they will stay. They will stop pretty much pedaling for a few hundred meters, and they lose so much time in these few hundred meters. So this probably won't be good for the advantage between this group and the peloton. That it's advantage peloton a little bit, but of course 2 minutes and 26 seconds is still a healthy cap to hold here. And Josef Dirnbauer is trying to go solo. 46 kilometers solo is a little bit too much, but let's see. If he gets a nice gap and maybe some riders can join him, then why not? But just going solo, I think it's not a good idea. There's a 5-second gap now for Josef Dirnbauer, the rider who really lit up yesterday's race. He was he was in the first 2-man breakaway, and then he was in the bigger breakaway also. So Dirnbauer had a very good stage yesterday. He ended up with 12th place in the stage, but he won the first intermediate sprint and also is leading the most active rider classification in front of Christian Belowosic. And yes, here you can see in the ticker also that he is very well up in the general classification in 11th position, only 20 seconds back from Markus Payer, so a very dangerous rider for Estonian national team, and definitely a rider that they can't get, leave on the front for too long, because this guy is in great form. He showed that yesterday, and I can see that's why Right Arm from the Estonian national team is trying to bridge this gap to Josef Dirnbauer. Josef Dirnbauer, I talked about him a lot yesterday. A young Austrian guy who's been in the continental circuit for the last 4 years. So gotten a lot of good races already under his belt, but is lacking a pro win. So he was the mountain classification winner in the Austrian 2.2 Tour in June. But this year still doesn't have a win, so he was quite close in national race in Austria. At the start of August, he was third there on the podium, but every rider wants a win, and you always want to end the season on a high. So we are pretty much in the latter parts of the cycling season, and getting a win here would definitely give confidence for the next year preparation for Josef Dirnbauer. He's chasing that, and he's really strong. He's holding a very good pace all alone, and you could see how good of a aerodynamic position he has, tucked his hands on, resting on the handlebar, going as low as possible, but holding a very good cadence, and holding a very good power output, because he has approximately even 10 seconds on the rest of the breakaway companions. So a very good attack from Josef Dirnbauer. So yeah, still the situation that a lone rider, Josef Dirnbauer, is 10 plus seconds in front of the yellow jersey group, and then it's the 26 rider yellow jersey group, and then 2.5 minutes back to the rest of the peloton. Now these are the pictures of the yellow jersey group. The Estonian national team should be forced to chase this, because Josef Dirnbauer is a guy who is very well up in the general classification, but you could see they don't want to take the lead here, because it would only mean that other teams would lean on them, and Lauri Tam is for that reason he's trying to attack this bunch, but this isn't successful because everybody is looking at the Estonian national team riders now. Karl Kuritz here. Quick Pro still have 4 men in here, and their team rider number 6 is now trying to go and get a little gap. Number 6 is Aron Aus, a very good rider. He was third this year in the Estonian National Championships, so a rider with a bright future in front of him. A good climber also, so this kind of racing should really suit him. Let's see, it wasn't even a really attack from his side, but just a little bit of injecting some pace into the group, because nobody wants to leave Josef Dirnbauer just off the front. But the Estonian national team have really stepped a little bit back in this situation. They aren't forcing the chase, but they are also not attacking anymore. It's a bit weird, because they are probably very confident that they can still get the lone Dirnbauer back at the end of the stage, but if they will give him more than 30 seconds or even to a minute, that could really happen very fast. If they start looking at each other, then the situation would very fast go against them, because Josef Dirnbauer has shown that he is in good shape, and I think it's not that easy bringing this guy back. And you could see from his body language and also face that he's riding a very controlled effort, that he's not pushing over, that he is not on the limit full. He knows his capabilities, and he's riding in the terms of his capabilities. But the reason that this group is only looking at each other and not really riding, this gives Josef Dirnbauer a very good possibility to bring a little bit of a surprise in today's race. and we still have one intermediate sprint in the same place where we had the first intermediate sprint in Andre Farm. That will come 22.8 kilometers from the finish line, so in around 17 kilometer time we will have the last intermediate sprint of the day. At the moment, we are going through the feeding zone, and we have actually ridden through the hilly post road, so now the road should a little bit ease up and go to a wider road that is probably won't benefit the lone rider in the front. It should benefit the group a little bit. It's easier to find cooperation on a bigger road than on a hilly road where there are constant changes of pace. But let's see, something has to happen in this group soon, because if they will give Josef Dirnbauer a minute or extra, then it's very hard to bring him back. Because definitely here are a lot of tired legs, and many teams, and probably teams that all don't want to do cooperation. That motorbike is very close there. That wasn't a very good maneuver from the motorbike, but all good. But nice really pictures from the drone. Now there's a little split here in the yellow jersey group. And these splits don't happen because they're riding that fast. It just happens that not a lot of riders want to contribute to the chase here, and they just leave gaps. It's not the case that they are out of legs, but it just tactically they don't want to be at the front. They want others to take a bigger role in the chasing, and that's why some gaps will open up in this group all the time. But Josef Requici, the Algerian guy at the back of the group, is still in his position. .4 kilometers to go, so we are in the last fourth of the today's stage. We started off in near Tartu, and we will soon start going again towards Tartu, where we will finish today's ride, today's stage. We had 175 kilometers on the menu with some hilly roads. The riders have blown up the race, and it was blown up around 90 kilometers to go, and the 27 rider group was formed at the front that you can see on the pictures at the moment. That consists the two riders from the national team Estonia, the leader, and in the second place general classification right arm also. The third rider in the general classification missed this split, and the second part of the peloton is approximately, we haven't seen a time cap for some while now, but the last time we saw it, it was 2.5 minutes. So probably it's in the same spectre than it was at that point. And now we are racing towards Tartu, but we will have one extra intermediate sprint, 22 kilometers from the finish. So in 14 kilometers time we will have that. And now we have the pictures to the front of the race. This is a young Austrian rider, Josef Dirnbauer, who's lone off the front and has a pretty healthy gap on this group. And now right arm knows that at some point we have to get Dirnbauer back, and he is now forcing the chase behind here. Christian is Belahovic is here together with right arm. They are now forming a duo to chase Josef Dirnbauer. So right arm and Karlis Belovosic from the Latvian national team are with a small gap off the front of this yellow jersey group, and this is ideal for national team Estonia. That now other teams, mostly the Danish giant team, is forced to chase, and also the Quick Pro team is forced to chase this attack. We see Markus Bayer also pretty close to the front. I wouldn't be surprised if Markus Bayer at some point does a crazy acceleration and bridges the gap to right arm and tries to go off together with him in the pursuit of victory. But the Latvian Karlis Belovosic, Christian Belovosic, he is 16th in general classification, 33 seconds behind Markus Bayer. So he's in a good situation in the general classification, but he isn't a threat to right arm. So an ideal compatriot or ideal friend to go fast and at the front of the race. And this is still Josef Dirnbauer, who's riding a very controlled race at the front of the race. He has 15 seconds in front of the yellow jersey group, and then somewhere in between we have right arm and Belovosic. It should be that the right arm and Belovosic should catch Josef Dirnbauer in the next few kilometers. And then we have the yellow jersey group, which has still a lot of attacks coming out from that group. This is Dirnbauer still. Very nice style from Dirnbauer. Nice cadence, nice body position, and rides a very good race. And we just got info that the difference between the yellow jersey group and the peloton, the second group on the road, it's 2 minutes and 40 seconds. So still a very healthy gap, and now it's more than certain that the winner of today's stage will come from the riders who are in the picture at the moment. So we have Dirnbauer at the front alone, then two riders, and then the yellow jersey group that you have on the on your site. .8 kilometers to go. Quick Pro Cycling are really losing out the fight here. There are men going off the front. They still have 4 guys here, and they don't have anybody in the front. They have to really do something to save their tour. This is Josef Regucci at the back of the bunch. Markus Bayer also slots in here to the penultimate place of the group. He doesn't have to do anything because his teammate right arm is in the front, and there's a catch now. So we will soon have a trio at the front. So it will be Josef Dirnbauer, the Austrian rider who's holding the green jersey, then right arm who's holding the most competitive jersey from national team Estonia, and then Kristian Pelovosic from national team Latvia. So we have a trio at the front, then a lone rider from Danish giant team. Yeah, and here confirmation also right arm Kristian Pelovosic, Josef Dirnbauer, and then we have a lone rider from the Danish Danish team between the yellow jersey group and this trio. It looks to be that the Danish rider isn't able to close the gap alone between him and the front trio. It's a little bit of a too tall ask for him. But let's see, there's of course, if he falls back to the yellow jersey group, then his teammates are forced to chase again, are forced to attack again. But in 9 kilometers time, we will have the last intermediate sprint of today's stage in Andre Farm. This is now the yellow jersey group on the road, group 1. Yeah, the Danish giant rider, he has forfeited his attack now because there's not so much power in his legs to close the gap alone to the front 3 riders, and I think that was a smart move, giving up on this effort and trying to help now his teammates to bridge the gap and go again with himself or with some other teammates to get back to the front of the race. Here we see Markus Bayer, the leader of the race, at the back of this bunch. And now Lucky Pro Cycling, Svealand Cycling Team and Quick Pro team are forced to chase this this trio in the front. They have 30 seconds in front of them. Yes, it's right arm Kristian Pelovosic and Josef Dirnbauer. It's a very strong trio. Right is definitely should be the strongest here. He has showed that yesterday, but very interesting is that Josef Dirnbauer isn't doing any work here. It's not in his interest, is in his interest to help right arm get the win in this tour. He is sitting at the back at the moment, recovering from his previous effort, and maybe is thinking about how can I attack these riders at the end of the stage. This is Kristian Pelovosic, Latvian rider, riding in last 4 years, rode in UC Monaco, amateur team in France. So has had a good experience in the French amateur circuit, usually riding in races that have more more hills than here, but I think he's definitely happy to be back in his home region, starting yesterday in his home country in Latvia, Riga, and today in his neighboring country. So I know all of the Baltic riders who raced usually 90% out of Estonia are always, or out of the Baltic states, are always very keen on racing the few races in the region to come back and do it on home roads. It's always special to ride on your home roads with a pro peloton. Here we see the yellow jersey is now also trying to get off the front of the peloton here, or off the front of the group. There's a little climb there, and a nice move by Markus Bayer. He has to attack if he wants to stay in the yellow jersey, and then it gets a good advantage for Estonian national team also to get one extra rider in the front of the race. And who would be a better rider than Markus Bayer to get to the front? And here we see now there are a lot of tired legs. These gaps are happening because of tired legs, nothing else. You could see from their body language that a lot of riders are in difficulty at the moment. But Quick Pro cycling team are really missing out. They only have now one rider here in this split. Estonian national team have put two riders here, 3 riders even. Karl Kuritz, Lauri Tamm and Markus Bayer. And Josef Rekuici is also here. This is now back to the front of the race. Arm, Dirnbauer, Belovoshits. Arm is doing some last nutritions. You have to eat a lot in a race that has been as hard as it has been. You have to keep your glycogen and carbohydrate rates really up if you want to race the full day with this pace. But yeah, here is now a little split here, but it looks to be that it's very hard to find cooperation. And you can see a lot of tired legs, but also a lot of tired faces. So there's, yeah, this big leading group has split into 2. Some riders have missed the split, and some riders are really in difficulty now. It's number 44, Aaron Aus is in Martti Lencius is in difficulty. Number 44 we have Titas Laurnavicius is in difficulty. The 2 riders from the Latvian national team are also having not a very good time here. It's Rainer Svierdis and Markus Lakstins. But in the front now, the rider from the Austrian team, cycling team Schwingstal, is doing a little attack, and the first time we see Josef Rekuici in the front of the race. He is pushing the pace. This is the first time I have seen in this whole Baltic Chain Tour that Josef Rekuici is on the front of the race and doing a turn. This means that the race is on, because that guy knows when to do something and when not to do. But the gap is holding 27 seconds now. 3 riders off the front, Dirnbauer, Arm and Belovoshits, and then 27 seconds back, and we have the riders that you see on the screen here. And in 4 kilometers time we will have the intermediate sprint. That's an interesting one, because definitely right arm will go for that, but also Josef Dirnbauer, who is holding actually the most active rider green jersey, definitely wants the maximum points in that intermediate sprint, but it will be a very heatedly contested sprint between Arm and Dirnbauer, but on paper definitely right arm should get it. He is the fastest sprinter of these 3 guys in the front of the race. The intermediate sprint is again brought to you by Andra Farm. We talked about it before in this today's podcast. It's a family business with more than 150 years of history in this region. They have a large cow farm there, and they're producing Estonia's first internationally awarded cheese. So Dutch style cheeses that are good for import and export, and you can also go there to visit, see the cows, taste the cheese, and take some cheese back to you into your home. So yeah, it's the home of dairy farming and cheese making in Kambja in the southern part of Estonia, and definitely worth to visit when you are in this part of the Baltics. And I recommend myself personally also. I'm a big cheese fanatic, and the Andra Farm cheeses are one of the best that I have had. But the intermediate sprint should be around in 1 kilometer's time. Yes, we will see a sign. No, that's not a sign, that's a policeman on the side of the road. I thought it will be a sign, but here we can see some spectators here. So yes, this is the intermediate sprint coming up in a few hundred meters. Definitely right arm will go for that. Let's see. Yes, right arm is coming out of the saddle and now sprinting for it. And an easy win for right arm. Christian is Belovoshits second. Josef Dirnbauer is he has difficulties. Right arm is looking at the back and he's waiting for Josef Dirnbauer. That's interesting. That's a very interesting situation from right arm. I thought he would go full gas there if he would see that Dirnbauer is gone. But that is interesting tactics from right arm. He doesn't want to go too early with two riders. He wants Josef Dirnbauer to participate in the front of the race as long as possible. But if Dirnbauer lost the wheel so easily, so I'm not actually sure that how much can he help Arm and Belovoshits at the front of the race. So I'm questioning a little bit Arm tactics, but of course he's in the race, not me, but a little bit weird. The Danish team, Giant team, are trying to regroup in this yellow jersey group. They want to get the 3 riders back. Oscar Nizo has done his job. He doesn't want to contribute too much. He has 3 teammates here. They should do a little bit more because Oscar is the best placed rider in Quick Pro team in the general classification. Lauri Tam and Marcus Beyer are now having a little bit of a discussion there, and this is then pictures to the front of the race. Yes, right arm waited for Dirnbauer, and they are still all together, 3 guys. Right arm, Josef Dirnbauer and Christian Belovoshits. The right arm didn't want to get rid of Dirnbauer because he knows that he needs him. He needs his support in this group, and it's always easier to ride with 3 guys than with 2 guys. You can get a little bit more respite, and here you can see that, yeah, Josef Dirnbauer doesn't have the legs to sprint anymore, but he has the legs to slowly, with his own tempo, ride a steady race, and that's exactly what right arm needs in the race at the moment. But here is now a very interesting situation. Like Quick Pro cycling team, they should really contribute to the chase now. they won't catch these three guys if they ride like this. If they ride 70%, they have to fully commit to bring this back, because but it's hard to see that they will find a big cooperation all together with the Quick Pro guys and Lucky Pro Cycling and the Danish Giant team. I think maybe we will probably see some more attacks here before the finish. We will soon we will have a right-hand turn in 5 kilometers, then the wind will change a little bit. At the moment you can see there's a slight crosswind from the situation of the riders positioning on the road, but the difference is already 35 seconds. So the teams who are not represented in the front of the race, they have to really commit themselves in the next 5-10 kilometers. They have to bring this gap back to 10 seconds in the next 10 kilometers, because if they will just try to keep the pace under control, then these guys will go to the line. These guys still have enough firepower in their legs. Josef Dirnbauern is having difficulties, but still contributing a little bit to the group pace here. Not much, but Kristianis Belovošić doesn't look too tired, and right arm looks very good still. He definitely looks from the three guys the most freshest and most strongest. So advantage national team Estonia. Right arm put his goggles on again. That means game on. The sun has also come out, so we have had some very hectic weather conditions here. We have had quite a lot of rain in today's race, but it's nice that for the end of today's stage we will have some nice sunshine. Definitely the riders will appreciate some sunshine after a pretty grim day in the saddle. Near the end of August in this part, it could be very good weather, but it could be very bad weather, and it's more dealing in the side that it's not very good weather this year at the end of August. So the riders unfortunately have had to, amongst other difficulties, to deal with some showers and so on, but it's okay. These guys are used to that. But the gap is still growing. It's now almost 40 seconds. I think this is a situation where it's hard to see that there will become so much effort in this group that they can bring the three leaders back. 43 seconds now, 18 kilometers to go. These are working well, these three leaders. Two leaders, two guys from this three-man breakaway are working together. Josef Dirnbauern is just a passenger now at this moment. He doesn't have anything in his legs anymore, but he has raced a very good stage today, and also yesterday he did a lot of attacks, so it's only normal to see that his energy resources have been depleted in today's stage, but still he's trying to give a little bit of a helping hand to the other two leaders. Now we have pictures to the second part of the group. Something happened here. A little group went off the road here. which showed that there was almost a 5-man breakaway forming there, but not really. Still, 44 seconds the gap, and the yellow jersey group is all together. Not a lot of men work here, but the group is together. So 16 kilometers to go, just about 20 plus minutes to the finish. So last efforts in this year's Baltic Chain Tour Stage 2, and it has been a very interesting one, full of attacks from the start, from the gun, and this group has been on the front of the race for the last 90 kilometers. We haven't seen the peloton for a while now, and they haven't showed us the time gap, but probably the reason is that they are very, very far behind. Three leaders went over a railway crossing, and now we have 15.7 kilometers still to go to the finish. And today's finish is in Ylänurme, just on the suburb of Tartu. It's a very straightforward finish today. They will go into or near Tartu, and that there will be one 90-degree left turn 2 kilometers from the finish, and from there on it's a straight arrow until the finish. So a very straightforward, a very easy finish, so no hiccups there, not a technical finish like we had yesterday. And we got some info from the road that the peloton is more than 3 minutes behind the yellow jersey group, so they are definitely out of the game, and today's race will be decided by these three guys or the yellow jersey group. There's still a possibility that the yellow jersey group can come and catch these three guys, right arm, Josef Dirnbaum and Christian Belovoshits, but the gap is 43 seconds and it's a tall ask. Now the yellow jersey group, Lucky Pro Cycling is attacking this group here, with one rider from Quick Pro Cycling, one Latvian team national, and then a rider from the Danish Giant team. But Lauri Tam from the Estonian national team is bridging this gap and bringing it all together again. I'm just thinking about Markus Pajur. He definitely has good legs. He hasn't done a lot today. He's definitely fresh. Will he try to do something before the finish here, or will he just wait for the finish in this group and let his teammate right arm win today's race from the first trio, or will he try to close the gap maybe alone in the last 10 kilometers, because we see there's a lot of tired legs in this group, not a lot of impetus. You can see when riders get tired, then they go all over the place on the road, and you can see this. It's all the time. The bodies move a lot more, and so on. It shows that it has been a very hard 2 days on the road, and a very hard stage today. Straight from the start, the tempo was on, and they have just it's been an elimination game pretty much today. Just riders eliminating each other. Some spectators, some good Tartu local riders coming to watch the race. Always nice. You still, if you're in Tartu, you still have time to get to the Ylänurme finish in 13 kilometers time. You have more than 15 minutes to go to the finish and see today's finishers, today's winners in Ylänurme in 15 minutes, and go cheer on the riders there. This is Karlsruhe. It's a sketchy corner there, some gravel in the ideal trajectory of that corner. Now Markus Bayer did, I almost thought that he will do a big attack here, not yet, but I think it's Markus Bayer has to do something, or it doesn't have to do, but I see that he wants to do something here. He doesn't just want to follow the riders. I think he will do one big attack in the last 10 kilometers, and he will try to breach the gap alone to have a better position for his general classification. Riders also will go over the railway crossing. Railway crossings are also a little bit of sketchy at some point, but no problems for these experienced riders. But now this group has fully taken the gas off the pedal, 51 seconds already, and it looks to be that the 3 riders at the front of the race, they will decide today's winner. They have 11.4 kilometers to go still, and 55 seconds back to this yellow jersey group. Very hard to see that somebody will be able to bridge this gap. If Quick Pro guys and the Danish guys form a pact and go full gas, fully use their men, then it's a possibility, but I don't see that happening, because we see from their body language they actually don't have the legs anymore. They are on the limit, and they are just trying to limit the losses. Just try to keep it together and still have a chance for tomorrow, but it seems to be that this stage 2 is slipping away from these guys, and it is slipping away to 3 guys off the front, right arm, Kristens Belovosic and Josef Dirnbauer. Now Quick Pro understand this, it's now or never. 50 seconds, 10 kilometers to go. If they want to catch the 3 riders up front, they have to go full gas for the next day. Oskar Nisu doesn't understand. What is this rider from the Austrian team doing? Maybe you should help us, not attack us, but it's a little bit of a weird situation, because he actually has a teammate up front. He has Dirnbauer at the front of the race, so a weird attack from Dirnbauer's teammate, but maybe he has some golden legs now in his arsenal, and he tries to bridge the gap alone. I think it's a tall ask, but let's see. Well, with that little hill and that acceleration from this group, they shredded the gap by almost 10 seconds. So they still have a possibility, but they need 3-4 guys like Oskar Nisu that just did a huge pull on the front. If they commit with 3-4 guys like that, then it's a possibility. We're going this little plateau here. Quick Pro cycling team have now committed 2 riders, it looks to be, that are going full gas to try to bridge the gap to these 3 riders. Still 40 seconds, 9 kilometers to go. It's touch and go. Probably, I would say that the advantage is for these 3 riders. The rider on our screen Latvian national team rider Kristians Belovosic, number 61. Then you have right arm. He doesn't. He's actually from the national team of Estonia, but he's holding the most competitive rider red jersey on his shoulder. And then also there is Josef Dirnbauer at the front. This is Philipp Lepka from cycling team Schwingstall. The Austrian team is 22nd in the general classification, but he has a teammate in the front. I really don't understand his tactics. There was no point of him attacking alone, because alone, if you want to bridge a gap of 40 seconds, you have to be Remco Evenepoel or somebody like that. You won't bridge the gap alone in this part of the race. You need somebody to help, and anyways, you have a teammate up front. What are you doing, Philip? Not a very smart move from him. I hope he understands it before he totally empties himself, that he won't bridge the gap to the front. And yeah, some questionable tactics, but well, all riders are free to do their own decisions. So he's riding his race now. Yeah, and Philip Lepka, I think, is they will bring him back in the next few 100 meters. He has only a few seconds in front of this yellow jersey group. Really don't understand what is this guy doing. He's helping the group to go faster because they have now a better target to chase. So he is actually making the situation worse for his teammate Josef Dirnbauer, who is 40 seconds ahead of the race at the moment with two other riders. Or maybe he just thought that I need a 5 minute a little effort. I want to test my legs for tomorrow, and that's the reason why he did it. If that's the only plausible or only reasonable thing if he had in mind, like from a tactical point of view, that was one of the not smartest moves of the race, I would say. Now Oscar Nizu from the Quick Pro team is a little bit having a discussion with the other riders. Do you want to win the race or not? If you want to win the race, please come and help us. There's no other way to win the race. We have a 40-second gap to the front of the race. If you just stay here and wait, we will never catch them. We have to commit. And he has a point. These guys have to commit if they want to get the three riders back. But now definitely advantage the three riders in the front. 40-second gap between those three riders and this yellow jersey group, and only 5 kilometers to go. So 5 kilometers to go, 44 seconds to gap. Yellow jersey group is trying to find men to put on the front to bring it back, but it doesn't look like they have the firepower. And right arm in the front of the race is doing a very good job and making the race as hard as possible for the other riders here. And of course, all of the other guys in front also, they would like the gap to be as big as possible, because then they would jump up from the general classification. But now we see that there has been an attack. We missed it in our camera picture, but this is Josef Dirnbauer. He is left back, and we have Christian Belowosic in the second position, but he also has a gap, and it's right arm going solo, the Estonian national team rider going solo for the stage 2 victory, and I think he will achieve it. Right arm is showing that he is one of the, if not the strongest rider in the race, and Josef Dirnbauer, a man who has done so much today, was in the right positions all of the time, but now just lacking the legs to go with the acceleration of right arm, and there is now a huge probability that the yellow jersey group will catch Dirnbauer. Now we are having pictures back to the yellow jersey group. There's a small split here. Oh, a crash! Oh, whoa, whoa! A lucky cycling team rider went down. Just a situation where he lost focus a little bit and touched the wheel of a rider in front of him, and he went down. Hopefully got right back up. It didn't seem injured at least, but what can happen when you lose the focus in a race, and it shows that everybody is on the rivet, and if you're on the rivet, then your other senses will start to lose a little bit. So this is the situation on the road. Still 39 seconds to the front of the race, and in the front of the race it's a lone rider, right arm there, trying to achieve what he has achieved 2 times in this race, overall victory, but at the moment going for stage 2, and if he wins this, then he will definitely go into the yellow jersey, because he started today's stage 3 seconds back from his teammate Markus Pajur in the general classification. 2.2 kilometers still to go for right arm. He's doing a very controlled riding his own tempo, and did the right attack in the right time, so he should get the victory today, because this yellow jersey group is all over the place. People are losing contact, and they don't have any power anymore to bring the riders back. It's Oskar Nisu trying to go. He was third yesterday. He tries to do something similar today. Let's see if it happens. It's a tall ask, because Laurie Tom is on his tail, and also a rider from the Danish Giant team is on his back. Philip from Schwingstall team is doing the pulls at the back of the group, trying to bridge it, but there's a Svealand cycling rider in the middle part, and now right arm is already on his last finishing straight, pushing huge watts, and 1.3 kilometers only to go for right arm, and he will be today's stage winner. He has done a perfect race, and again, National Team Estonia have done quite a perfect race today. Here we see, Oskar Nisu was there with Lauritam. This is now right arm under the Flamme Rouge, less than a kilometer to go. The last roundabout to go over, a very easy one, no technicalities here, and from here on it's 700 meters to go. Right arm will get a solo victory in stage 2 of Baltic Chain Tour. This is not the second riders on the road. There should still be Christian Belowosic in the middle somewhere, And also we haven't seen Josef Dirnbauer. No, the Danish guy really wants Lauri Tam to work here, but Lauri Tam isn't doing anything. Under the Flamme Rouge for Oscar Nisu, Lauri Tam and the Danish rider, but now we should have, yes, this is Right Arm winning stage 2 of Baltic Chain Tour 2025, and he will go with this win also into the yellow leaders jersey. What a ride from the national team Estonia, what a ride from Right Arm. Congratulations again, perfect execution, perfect plan for the Estonian national team. Second should be Christian Belovoshits. Yes, he's coming here and just lost contact with Right Arm in the last 5 kilometers, but a nice race from Christian Belovoshits. He will definitely jump up in the general classification, but not sure how up. It depends on when will the next riders come from the back. And now, yes, Dirnbauer has been got, and it's Lauri Tam who's opening up the sprint, and Oscar Nisu trying to go for the podium once again. Not achieving this, but Lauri Tam is in 3rd place. So for Estonia, 1 and 3. This is Dirnbauer now going in 6th place. A Svealand cycling rider, and the yellow jersey is opening up the sprint for this group, and not only opening it but closing it in front of Karl Kuritz. So Estonian national cycling team did a good race today. They won with Right Arm, 3rd place going to Lauri Tam, and 2nd Christian Belovoshits. So this means Right Arm also got 10 seconds, bonus seconds. So we will definitely have at some point the situation of the general classification, but we will have to wait for that. But one is for certain, today's winner is Right Arm, and also it's certain that he will go into the leader's jersey for tomorrow's last stage, stage 3. That will also start in here in Tartu, and that will go to a different direction from Tartu to the northern part to Kuremaa tomorrow morning, 170k. So the tour isn't over. We still have one stage to go, but these are now the remnants of the big group. It's Karl-Patrik Lauk and Norman Vahtra have done a surge here, and they have limited their losses. They have at some point attacked from the peloton and gotten a gap there. So this is the results for the day. Right Arm 21 seconds in front of Christian Belovoshits. Lauri Tam 44 seconds behind him. Oskar Nisu 4th. Mats Schultz Jorgensen 5th. Josef Dirnbauer 6th. And so on. So in the general classification, Lauri Tam was ahead of Belovoshits with 21 seconds. So it will be very close. Right Arm will be the leader of the race, but 2nd, 3rd and 4th will be very close indeed. And this is now the peloton coming in. And now everybody in the race should be finished by today. The gap wasn't that big even. They did a good race behind that. Now replay of the attack that Right Arm did. Just a seated attack, going full gas. A very interesting attack indeed. Just a seated one, going full gas. Dirnbauer lost the contact almost immediately, and then Belovoshits lost contact at some point, and Right Arm soloed his way to the finish and won by a 21 second margin in front of Christian Belovoshits. A nice ride from the Estonian national team. So all of the stages have been won by the Estonian national team, and now Markus Pajur, the leader of before today's race, was 1 minute and 3 seconds back, so he will move back in the general classification, but Christian Spelowoszyc should be second in the general classification, and Lauri Tam should be third. I don't know the seconds yet, and Oskar Nisu might just be fourth in the general classification. So there's still something up for grabs in the third stage of the Baltic Chain Tour, but today has been a proper race from the start, and right arm from the Estonian national team got the win. We will soon get the initial results of the general classification also on our screens. It will soon happen. Here is the results of the day. This is the second or the peloton, the remnants of the peloton that came into the finish. But tomorrow, definitely, again, it's probably we will see a little bit more of a controlled race from the national team Estonia side. They have now a healthy advantage with right arm in the general classification, and they all only have to look at Christian Spelowoszyc. So there might be a little bit more of a traditional breakaway going from the start of the stage, and then the race has a lot of actually hills and compared to Estonian wise hills, so there will be possibilities to go in the attack, but this is still the results of today's stage. Right arm in front of Christian Spelowoszyc, Lauri Tam rounding out the podium for national team Estonia. Again, a very good race from the Estonian boys, and Josef Dirnbauer is in sixth today. He has been, I think, the sensation of the Baltic Chain Tour 2025. Yesterday, today, always active, always in the right places, definitely. If there could have been the most competitive rider classification, a special prize, then I would give that to Josef Dirnbauer. He has been a very, very good rider today. I think soon we will have the confirmation of the general classification also. They are being calculated, I think, at the moment. But it was a race from the start that everybody liked, and I definitely liked today. It was a very attacking one, and a nice place for a finish. Now we have confirmations of the general classification. This might not be final. This is the provisional one, but right arm is leader of the tour in front of Christian Spelowoszyc with 1 minute. Then Lauri Tam in third place, 1:06. Fourth, Markus Pajur from national team Estonia, 1 minute is 11. Fifth is Mats Schultz Jorgensen, 1:16. Sixth, Oskar Nisu, 1:18. So Josef Dirnbauer 7th, Max Nielsen 8th, Josef Rekuici 9th, Sigimantas Matjushevicius in 10th place. So the podium places are all up for grabs still, but I think the winner of the tour is not fully decided, but I think we will see. There's it's hard for right arm to lose in this situation. So he has a healthy advantage for the last stage, and he also the national team Estonia is still in a very good situation. So right arm is the leader of the general classification. You can see the rest of the general classification on your screens, but this is preliminary. There might be some changes in seconds. We will have the full confirmation in some time, but now it would be a wrap from my side. We will go into the commercial soon, and then award ceremony after that, around in 15 minutes. So you can stay on the live stream, you can watch the award ceremony, and we will meet again tomorrow morning when we will have the start of stage 3 of Baltic Chain Tour 2025. Thank you so much from my side. I was Christo Vaga. Enjoy your Saturday evening and see you tomorrow in stage 3.
People who have just moved to Tartu are often surprised by how small and charming this town is. But if you stay longer, you discover that this town has endless layers and a compelling history. In Tartu, research is conducted, art is created, unicorns are born, and lifelong connections are formed. Tartu is the world's largest small town. It is my home. And Tartu could also be your home.
From the moment that we met, you were worth the wait. Oh, this could be the best thing that I'll ever know.
Welcome to Smart Riga, where the roots of our history nurture the growth of our future. Our city's policies support fair and sustainable growth, leading to new innovations and smarter living. Let's explore the foundations upon which Smart Riga is built. Smart transportation systems make commuting easier and more efficient, while smart traffic management and real-time updates ensure that residents can navigate the city with ease. Our green buildings, solar energy, efficient public lighting, and active mobility reduce our carbon footprint and create a cleaner, greener Riga. As Riga moves forward to become a climate-neutral city, these elements are the key. Online municipal services, digital tools for city planning, and 5G-enabled solutions empower everyone to contribute to shaping the city's future. Improved public safety and responsive city services, Smart Riga enriches every part of daily life. Riga's thriving tech startups and business initiatives attract investments, create jobs, and drive innovation. Choose Riga as your testbed for innovation, where the city itself becomes your partner in developing and testing impactful solutions in its pilot territories. Just as a tree thrives with deep roots and plentiful fruit, Smart Riga continues to grow and flourish. Riga, the smart choice for your innovations.
et see on 56 kahekordne tuurialaselt võitu, vaatame ja siit ta tuleb ja võtab ja toob selle võidu meie rõõmuks meie kõigile.
Teine rutiin ka paljudele tiimiliikmetele, praegu ilmselt kiire taastumine, küsitakse rohkem seda, et kust need toidupakid kätte saab ja need saab kätte siis muuseumi kohvikust, see kollane, palju seal 6-nurkse äkki hoonega tegemist või on seal 8 nurka või 6-nurksest hoonest kohvikust siis toidupakid.
Congratulations, right? It seems that Baltic Chain Tour is your race. Did national team had a designated leader, or you decided to see how race unfolds?
Yeah, we had actually two leaders for the stage, me and Markus Pajur, because we were first and second in the general classification. So yeah, we had few cars to play. We also had Lauri and Norman in the top 6, so we had quite a good situation before the race. And for the sprint we had also Karl Kuric with the super fast legs, so we had a really nice situation. And when the group split in the middle of the race, we had 4 guys in the front, so we had again a really good situation. Also leader was in the front, so yeah. But then yeah, one point we had to start attacking the group, and luckily I got away with the 2 guys, and yeah, I had to drop them before the finish and just go for the win.
And tomorrow is last stage, and national team have really dominated this race. Do you think the race is now in the bag?
I don't know the exact time gaps with the other teams, but looks like we have the legs to control the race.
Thank you and congratulations. Best luck for tomorrow.
Thanks.
et see on 56 kahekordne tuurialaseid võitu, vaatame ja siit ta tuleb ja võtab ja toob selle võidu meie rõõmuks meie kõigile.
ja paljud neist aastate jooksul on kaasa elanud hollandlase suurepärastele sõitudele, võitudele ja tänase päeva vast võib-olla suve üle andmas Tartu abilinnapea härra Meelis Leit, jalgrattaspordiklubi Peloton käilakujuga tegemist on. Tänane trenn on Meelisel juba tehtud, seda ma tean. Ja veel kord siis palju õnne. Once again, congratulations to the stage winner, right arm, national team of Estonia, and award presented by the Vice Mayor City of Tartu, Mr. Meelis Leit. Esimene vahefinish first intermediate sprint, and the winner is representing national team of Estonia, Markus Pajur. Ja auhinda on üle andmas legendaarne spordimees Kambja vallavanem härra Alar Arukuusk. So award presented by the legend on Estonian sports landscape, head of the Kambja parish, Mr. Alar Arukuusk. Järgmine kategooria, kolmas vahefinish, third intermediate sprint, and the winner is Rainer, national team of Estonia. Once again. Ja Alar saab seda rolli täita, mida ta võib-olla ise nii palju täitud ei olegi, et kuulsatele sportlastele auhinnad üle anda. Ja Rainer Kuuri, varasem kahekordne võitja, meie ees veel kord palju õnne. Ja järgmisena anname üle parima noorratturi kategoorias valge särgi, white jersey will be presented, and the winner of the white jersey after the second stage, Lauri Tamm, national team of Estonia. Valge särg, millel kiri meie autopartneri Marine auto, 4x4 viib kohale, 4x4 vioolist jalgratast veel ei ole, tuleb Kondi Auru jõul seda käima lükata tänasel päeval, aga Eesti rahvusmeeskonna liige sellel aastal teravat jalga näidanud mees mitmetel võidusõitudel, usun, et Baltic velotuuri etapivõit ja üldvõit, miks mitte, Laurit jääb veel ootama, aga tänasel päeval siis homsel etapil parima noorratturi valge särg. So white jersey, the best young rider with Marine auto and Subaru ad, the oldest representative of the Subaru automobiles in Estonia. Meelis naerata! Ja järgmine siis kõige aktiivsema ratturi roheline särk, so the most active rider and green jersey after the second stage belongs to the representative of the Estonian national team, Markus Pajur. Peale teist etappi aktiivsem rattur ja roheline särk Markus Pajuri selga läheb. Ja sellel peaks olema meie lõunanaabrite lätlaste Riia linn on toetanud tuuri ja Riia linna reklaamidega särk Markusele homsele etapile selga läheb. Täna pedaaliste etappi mäletatavasti kollases särgis. Palju õnne veel kord Markusele, kes homsele etapile läheb vastu rohelises särgis. Next category, most competitive rider and red jersey, seega siis kõige võitluslikum rattur ja punane särk, nii nagu ka tänasel etapil, kuulub Eesti rahvusmeeskonna esindajale. Rainer! Ja puhas töö Eesti rahvusmeeskonnal. Paradoks selles, et täna Markuselt sai ta selle punase särgi, see särk talle tänasel päeval oli õnnelik, aga homsel päeval ta enam selle särgiga rajale minema ei pea, sellepärast et meil on jäänud veel üks kategooria autasustada, aga ärge rutake sündmustest ette. Praegu siis kõige võitluslikum rattur, most competitive rider, red jersey after the second stage belongs to Rainer, member of the national team of Estonia. Once again, congratulations, palju õnne! Oleme võitjad, we are the champion. One more category to go. Veel on jäänud üks kategooria ja peale tänast etappi on Balti keti velotuuri üldliider aastal 2025, aga üks etapp on veel minna ja see mees on Eesti rahvusmeeskonna liige Raiter ja tänase etapi võitja ja kahekordne varasemtuuri võitja. Yellow jersey after the second stage to the leader of Estonian national team, twice the winner from 2022-2023, Raiter. Today, probably, let's remind that he was wearing the red jersey. Ja veel kord, palju õnne Raidule, aitäh ka meie autastustajatele, Alarile ja Meelisele. Ja siin selles kohast positsioonis saame vastu minna siis kõigepealt täna õhtusele väikesele taastumisele ja seejärel Balti keti 2025 viimase kolmanda etapi toimumisele homsel päeval, kui hommikul kella 10 start annakse. So champagne shower ja saame siin tähistada šampuse dussi. Ilmselt Rait sellega väga patustada ei saa, aga küllap leidub poolehoidjaid, kes selle ära mekutada soovivad. Selline oli meie tänane võistluspäev. Aitäh autasustamisele kaasaelajatele ja tuletame meelde, et tuur jätkub homsel päeval
People who have just moved to Tartu are often surprised by how small and charming this town is. But if you stay longer, you discover that this town has endless layers and a compelling history. In Tartu, research is conducted, art is created, unicorns are born, and lifelong connections are formed. Tartu is the world's largest small town. It is my home. And Tartu could also be your home.
From the moment that we met, you're worth the wait. Oh, this could be the best thing that I'll ever know.
Welcome to Smart Riga, where the roots of our history nurture the growth of our future. Our city's policies support fair and sustainable growth, leading to new innovations and smarter living. Let's explore the foundations upon which Smart Riga is built. Smart transportation systems make commuting easier and more efficient, while smart traffic management and real-time updates ensure that residents can navigate the city with ease. Our green buildings, solar energy, efficient public lighting, and active mobility reduce our carbon footprint and create a cleaner, greener Riga. As Riga moves forward to become a climate-neutral city, these elements are the key. Online municipal services, digital tools for city planning, and 5G-enabled solutions empower everyone to contribute to shaping the city's future. Improved public safety and responsive city services, Smart Riga enriches every part of daily life. Riga's thriving tech startups and business initiatives attract investments, create jobs, and drive innovation. Choose Riga as your testbed for innovation, where the city itself becomes your partner in developing and testing impactful solutions in its pilot territories. Just as a tree thrives with deep roots and plentiful fruit, Smart Riga continues to grow and flourish. Riga, the smart choice for your innovations.